also a member of the House Task Force on the Trump assassination attempt. The first one, now we have a second one that I'm certain will be folded into this. Congresswoman, thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Barbara is a real Prevagen user, and this is her story.
I'm Barbara, and I'm from St. Joseph, Michigan. I'm a retired school librarian. I'm also a library board trustee, a mother of two, and a grandmother of two. I like to be healthy. I exercise a lot. I eat in a very healthy manner. I was working full-time, taking care of an ailing husband full-time. In short, I had an awful lot on my plate. Basically, I thought that my memory wasn't as good as it had been. I needed all the help I could get. I saw the commercials for Prevagen. I started taking it, and it helped. I noticed my memory was better. There was definite improvement. I take a supplement for my heart. Why not one for my brain? I've been taking Prevagen for a little over 5 years.
Prevagen is available in stores everywhere without a prescription. Based on a clinical study of subgroups of individuals who are cognitively normal or mildly impaired, this product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Every 40 seconds, someone in the United States has a stroke, and 80% of those cases are preventable. This month is AFib Awareness Month. AFib is short for atrial fibrillation, one of the leading causes of stroke. So now would be the perfect time to do something so easy to manage your heart health at home in between doctor's visits. KardioMobile 6L is a small medical-grade personal EKG device that records right to your phone. You get 6 views of your heart and 6 times the data to share with your doctor. And it's FDA cleared to detect AFib. Now, you might be thinking, who can afford that? The answer is you can. It's more advanced than any smartwatch at a fraction of the cost. And now, for a limited time, KardioMobile is giving 20% off to all of my listeners. Just go to Kardia.com, that's Kardia.com, or Amazon, and use code 2024-BENSON. That's 2024-BENSON to get 20% off your KardioMobile 6L, sponsored by AliveCore Inc.
Join us to conquer childhood cancer on Sunday, September 29th for Children's Hospital of Philadelphia's Parkway Run and Walk, presented by Citadel Credit Union. All funds raised support CHOPS Cancer Center. Learn more and register today at parkway.chop.edu.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J. and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United at a special time. This Saturday, September 21st at noon. Find out the latest about important issues affecting you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday at noon on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at cisa.gov/Secure Our World for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous, because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Thank you! Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at help nokidhungry.org.
What if being in recovery from a mental or substance use disorder was something we proudly showed the world? Millions of people are in recovery, sharing hope and support with family, friends, and community. Join the Voices for Recovery. For confidential information for mental and substance use disorders, call 1-800-662-HELP. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
September 17th, 2024. I'm Ted Lindner. This is the Fox News Rundown. Suspect in Sunday's assassination attempt on former President Trump making his first court appearance in Florida Monday. He remains in custody. Fox's Dana Marie McNichol has more.
Ryan Rao, 2 charges: possession of firearm by a convicted felon and a possession of firearm with obliterated serial number. He walked in shackled with both his wrists and his feet.
And more charges are expected. And music mogul Sean Diddy Combs has been arrested, taken into custody in Manhattan following a grand jury indictment. The charges in the indictment not immediately clear. They'll be unsealed later this morning. The 54-year-old Combs has been plagued by sexual assault lawsuits in a federal investigation. Federal agents raided his homes in Miami and L.A. back at the end of March. I'm Ted Lindner on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Ride Home with Rich Cioli. Weekdays on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. High school football is back. High school football is back. And so is the Friday Night High School Football Scoreboard Show. Join Daryl Dobis, James Bailey, and Matt Dents. Friday nights 10 till midnight. For a rundown of all the big high school games in the region and expert analysis. The Friday Night High School Football Scoreboard Show. Friday night at 10. Only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
At some point today, everybody will use a bathroom. But if you're a contractor, there's an excellent reason why right now you could use a lot of bathrooms. It's the Great Bathroom Break at Colonial Marble and Granite, where every vanity you buy comes with a free stone countertop and free sink. Classic, traditional, contemporary, in stock for pickup or ready to ship. Choose a color and style, get a surface and sink, and you're good to go. So get going. Colonial Marble and Granite, the cornerstone of a beautiful home. Restrictions apply. Visit colonialmarble.net for details on their vanity special.
The only thing worse than hiring no law firm after your injury is hiring the wrong law firm. And there are so many of them. When thousands of people call us every year asking to help them change law firms and hire us instead, I wonder why they ever called the other firm in the first place. They were smart to switch before it was too late. You only get one day in court. You know who has the resources and results to fight to handle your claim. And the big insurance company on the other side, they know it too. They know us well. You have to know when to hold them, know when to fold them, and know when to walk away. Walk our way. When you're fighting to get what you deserve, it's go big or go home. We are big for a reason, which is why we've recovered over $9 billion for our clients. When it comes to law, size matters. We're America's largest injury law firm, Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
With NJ Diet, you can lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. They have customers that have lost 37 pounds, 100 pounds, and over 120 pounds, and they've kept it off. You'll have more energy, and you'll probably see better lab results. NJ Diet uses your hair, saliva, and blood work to provide you personalized natural formulas and supplements so you can lose the weight, and DNA testing will help you keep it off. Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, contractually guaranteed. Go to njdiet.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free. With zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
Using meth taught me everything about freedom, only not like you think. It taught me how easy it is to lose your freedom. If you think meth is taking control of you, ask for help. You have the power to be truly free. I know. I'm Jan, and I'm free from meth.
If you or someone you know is struggling with meth, call 1-800-662-HELP for 24-hour free and confidential treatment referral. Learn more at samhsa.gov/meth.
Calling on Levittown. Hello there. To follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Down now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
A record-setting start to the work week for the Dow Monday as it picked up 228 points to finish just short of 41,734, a new record, the 27th record close for the Dow this year. The S&P 500 up 7, the NASDAQ lost 92. Today we get the numbers for U.S. retail sales in August, and tomorrow the Fed announces its interest rate decision, a cut for the first time in more than 4 years, widely expected. Washington State's case to try and block a proposed $24.6 billion merger between supermarket chains Albertsons and Kroger began Monday. The Federal Trade Commission also fighting the merger in federal court. In both cases, the government says the merger would raise prices and result in store closures. And TikTok and the U.S. government in federal appeals court on Monday. TikTok arguing a law that could ban the platform in the U.S. if it doesn't divest from its parent company, the Chinese-owned ByteDance, is unconstitutional. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Ahead of the first assassination attempt against former President Trump in mid-July, we'd repeatedly heard Democrats, namely President Biden, label the former president and his supporters a threat. This was President Biden in Philadelphia 2 years ago in what he called his battle for the soul of the nation speech.
Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans represent an extremism that threatens the very foundations of our republic.
Earlier this year in a private call, he said it was time to put the former president in a bullseye. He later said he shouldn't have used that language, but that what he was referring to was the former president's policies. And from the Oval Office after the first assassination attempt, President Biden said it was time to lower the temperature.
But politics must never be a literal battlefield, and God forbid, a killing field. I believe politics ought to be an arena for peaceful debate.
Once Vice President Harris became the presumptive nominee, July 21st, she put out a video asking for donations to the campaign.
The former president is a threat to our most fundamental freedoms.
So is there a line? Should there be a line when it comes to rhetoric? On the other side of the aisle, the former president's VP pick, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, went on CNN's State of the Union Sunday to deny that he should be blamed for threats to schools or hospitals over his claims that migrants may be taking and eating people's pets.
You just accused me of inciting violence against the community when all that I've done is surface the complaints of my constituents, people who are suffering because of Kamala Harris's policies. Are we not allowed to talk about these problems because some psychopaths are threatening violence? We can condemn the violence on the one hand, but also talk about the terrible consequences of Kamala Harris's open border on the other hand.
Fox co-anchor of Outnumbered, Kaylee McEnany, pointed out Monday, what you believe about your opponent may matter. That if you believe all that's said about former President Trump,
you believe that he wants a national abortion ban, that he is against IVF, you believe that he's for Project 2025, that he wants a bloodbath, that he called neo-Nazis fine people, all of those fact-checked as false.
She said both sides need to stop perpetuating mistruths. But the Cincinnati Enquirer published a letter to the editor from a reader Monday who said the former president brings the crazies out and brings these assassination attempts upon himself.
The rhetoric that we're seeing, both from Democrats and then from former President Trump and his supporters, we haven't seen rhetoric, at least as I document in my book, like this since the lead up to the Civil War.
Thomas Zaitsev is a professor of public affairs at American University in Washington, D.C., and the author of Nasty Politics, The Logic of Insults, Threats, and Incitement.
So there's really, really, really intense rhetoric. And I think that's definitely led to heightened polarization and concerns around political violence. I think that those things are not debatable right there.
And specifically on the use of the word threat, because we hear former President Trump, he's done name calling and Twitter insults. We sort of know what we've heard from him. But when multiple people from one party call a specific person a threat to our democracy, what is that? I mean, that feels big.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I think to think about the rhetoric, right, is that so the way that I would sort of put this is that both parties are offering starkly different visions of the future, and both parties have basically said that 2024 election is pivotal, key, and potentially could be the last election, right, that matters. And that's a really disconcerting place when we're in democracy, because the way I think about democracy is that democracy is where parties lose elections, and they're like, okay, we lost now, but we will fight another day. And when parties and partisans and politicians start saying this is the main election and the only election that matters, then the stakes of that get raised dramatically. And I think that's kind of what we've seen, whether it be the number of threats that have gone against members of Congress, right? I mean, I think it's helpful to put, the assassination attempts against President Trump unfortunately are not unprecedented in American history. And it's also, you talk to people at the Capitol Police, they've gotten unprecedented levels of threats against sitting members of Congress. They have more open investigations. And so I think it's this isn't an isolated incident. More generally, we're seeing increased heated rhetoric and I think very polarized elites. And one of the unfortunate reactions of that is there will be violence sporadically. I do think one thing that's worth pointing out, and I know you want to talk about the history, is that assassinations and political violence were actually much more common in U.S. politics in the 1960s and 1970s. Sure. So again, this is not unprecedented territory, and in some sense, we have less violence than we used to, and a lot of that is probably down to better policing.
That is interesting. But what is the line, though, like in terms of holding someone responsible for their own actions? Like, this doesn't necessarily, like when you hear people say, well, don't blame the rhetoric, blame the person, while also recognizing that maybe care does need to be taken in how we use our words, especially in the cases of those who are maybe like mentally ill or more easily influenced.
Yeah, I mean, so I might turn this kind of on your head in that I do think rhetoric definitely matters, and I wrote a book on it, and I think it's really important, but we're not the only country that has heated political rhetoric and is polarized. I think one thing that is true in the U.S. is we also have access to a lot of guns and a lot more higher powered guns. And I think for people who favor the Second Amendment, they think that's a super important amendment. And they think that is kind of core to American political culture and core to our founding of the country. To people who criticize that, they say one of the problems that you have is in moments of heightened political rhetoric, there just are a lot more people with high-powered weapons available. And that's, I think, rather than saying, well, American, there's a specific rhetoric that triggered, the shooter. One of the things that we know about a lot of people who are involved in this is maybe there's some form of mental illness, or they have kind of idiosyncratic political views. Like the shooter may have gone to Ukraine, but he was also supporting Vivek Ramaswamy, but then he had voted for Trump in 2016. It's kind of it's hard to sort of piece together a lot of people's politics.
Right.
There's just a bigger pool of potential, unstable folks who could want to take politics into their own hands, and I think that's a big part of the story.
Just one more about the former president before we talk history. He says it's not just that he keeps being called a threat. It's also the lawsuits. He claims this is weaponization, right, of the law against him, and that nothing like this has ever happened before. When we look sort of at, I guess, the legal picture, I guess one of the most recent things we have, maybe one of the only recent things we have is Richard Nixon, right? And Ford pardoned him. I guess how historically significant is it to have multiple legal cases against a former president? And do those sorts of, do those have an impact?
Yeah, I mean, I would say it's definitely been, I would say the elephant in the room is that Trump faced 88 indictments. And I said like 8 months ago, a year ago, that this is going to be a very contentious election, because to Trump supporters, and to Trump himself, he would see the path to the White House as basically also his way to get rid of, quash, or prevent what they see as politically motivated prosecutions. And I think in general, when we've seen this happen, it's not been as common in the U.S. for sure, but outside the U.S., we've seen it, in Israel with current Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was under criminal indictment. The current president of Brazil, Lula, actually spent time in jail. In Ukraine, Yulia Tymoshenko, the former prime minister, was in jail. And so when you have like kind of leading opposition figures being put on trial, again, that's a really, really, intense point, kind of an inflection point, I would say, in a country's history. And that, I think, cannot be denied. Now, the question that, people would ask is, okay, so is that a good thing or a bad thing, to hold the president accountable? And I would say in general, most political scientists would say we do not want a president that can, quote unquote, be above the law. But I think there is this issue, right, is we are so divided that any kind of move to hold former sitting president and leader of the opposition party, accountable in a legal courtroom is going to get politicized. And that, I think, is in fact exactly what we've seen.
Okay, let's talk about history. We've never been a particularly civil bunch politically. It seems. I mean, shortly after we were founded, we had a duel in which Alexander Hamilton is killed. You've referenced this. Senator Sumner nearly beaten to death by a representative for wanting to keep Kansas a free state. We've had the McCarthy hearings. The insults that some of our founders leveled at one another were pretty intense. I mean, we do not have a history of civility.
Yeah, I mean, so I think like one thing that myself as a political scientist and other sort of historians and people who follow politics would say that sometimes like calls for civility kind of miss the boat. Is civility is a means to paper over very different visions of the country. And so when we say no, we should all kumbaya together, but one party maybe wants to secede and the other one doesn't, like before the Civil War, that's kind of civility is not the problem, right? But I would say that, yes, I mean, historically, there have been periods where we've had really extreme instances of political violence. This is in the lead up to the Civil War, right? There were regular fights on the floors of Congress, right? There were, as you were saying, the caning of Sumner. There have been assassination attempts going back to the 60s. I would say the one thing that is kind of a little different now that makes us a little concerning, right, is the fact that we're seeing kind of the rhetoric is reflecting a sort of nasty edge to politics that maybe wasn't there in the 60s and 70s. Like a lot of the violence in the 1960s and 70s in the US these were mass protests, there were riots and related to civil rights. But we weren't seeing the same kind of charged rhetoric coming from party leaders that we are now.
Finally, Thomas, if we want to lower the temperature or change the rhetoric or calm down or be more civil, like, is it as simple as just saying we want to do that? Or do we need to collectively like have some sort of shift here? Like, it's on us, right? We elect these people. We nominate these people. We like to put the blame on them. But we're in charge. This is a constitutional federal republic.
Yeah, no, I think that's a fair point. And there's a lot of questions that people have asked, like, how do we lower the temperature? So I think the question is how can we provide incentives so that politicians get incentivized to maybe not use this kind of rhetoric and get punished at the ballot box when they do. And, there's a lot of examples out there, and some people have said, more competitive primaries, more competitive districts where people are more worried about the general election than the primary. And if we can get to a place like that, I think you'll see some more moderating of the rhetoric. But again, this is a symptom. We are, at least at the elite level between, Democratic and Republican elites are offering very different both visions of the country and explanations for what's going on. And unfortunately, harsh rhetoric, I think, is both a side effect and an accelerant on some of those things.
Professor Thomas Zaitsev, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
An important message from Byram Healthcare. If you live with diabetes, you know how challenging and painful it can be to manage your blood sugar. Whether you have private insurance, traditional Medicare, or Medicaid, that can all change. If you inject insulin or have hypoglycemic events without insulin, you may qualify to receive, at little or no cost, less copay and deductible, a continuous glucose monitor. It provides blood sugar readings with no uncomfortable finger sticks. It alerts you in real time to potential spikes and lows with your blood sugar levels. Byram Healthcare has been named Best Overall Diabetes Supply Company 4 years in a row by Verywell Health. We carry all major brands and will work with your insurance to get your CGM approved. If you have diabetes, call a U.S.-based Byram Healthcare specialist now. See if you qualify and end the finger stick.
Call 888-255-6432. 888-255-6432. That's 888-255-6432.
Robert is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
I am Robert Strickler. My wife Joyce and I have been married for 53 years. Certainly one of the really important things in my life are our children and our grandchildren. I am essentially a writer. I've been involved in communications. I've been an avid fly fisherman. I've been taking Prevagen for at least 8 years. For me, the greatest benefit over the years has been that Prevagen seems to help me recall things and also think more clearly, have a crisper ability to remember and think through things. And I enthusiastically recommend Prevagen. It has helped me an awful lot.
Prevagen is available in stores everywhere without a prescription. Based on a clinical study of subgroups of individuals who are cognitively normal or mildly impaired, this product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding for years now. I just love my new patio doors and love the work the Chapman family team has done in my home. You know by now, if I needed windows, doors, or siding, I would only trust the Chapman team. If you're thinking of updating your front entry door, right now is the perfect time for it. For the entire month of September, Chapman is offering free hardware on a new front door, up to a $500 value. An updated front door can really change the curb appeal of your home and obviously increase the resale value. Whether you're looking for a single door, double door, or maybe a door with beautiful side lights, their experienced project consultants can help you choose that perfect new door for your home. If you or somebody you know is looking for windows, doors, siding, shutters, or hardware, give them a call. You can text 610-431-8898. You can always take an online virtual tour, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Chapman, the name I trust. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Who are our region's leaders in supplier diversity and economic development? Join WBEC East on Thursday, October 10th at our Desserts and More, an annual award celebration. Network with women business owners and entrepreneurs and the supplier diversity professionals making a difference in the tri-state area. Enjoy a full buffet of desserts from women-owned bakeries and celebrate the sweet success of women business owners. Thursday evening, October 10th. Register online, WBECEast.com or call 215-790-9232.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. We should find out this morning what charges music mogul Sean Diddy Combs will be facing. He was taken into custody by federal officials in New York City last night, according to his lawyer, who says his client is, quote, an imperfect person, but he's not a criminal. Federal officials raided his homes in Los Angeles and Miami in connection with a federal human trafficking investigation in March. Former President Donald Trump speaking out for the first time since an assassination attempt Sunday, thanking Secret Service personnel for their quick action at his golf course in West Palm Beach.
And all of a sudden we heard shots being fired in the air, and I guess probably 4 or 5. And it sounded like bullets, but what do I know about that? But Secret Service knew immediately it was bullets.
And that interview on X Spaces, America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Kirk Cousins got the job done for Atlanta when it mattered the most. The Falcons stunned the Eagles 22-21 on Monday Night Football as Cousins earned his first win in a Falcons uniform. After the Eagles were forced to settle for a field goal, Cousins and the Falcons went on a 70-yard drive in the final 2 minutes, taking the lead on a 7-yard touchdown pass from Cousins to wide receiver Drake London with 34 seconds left in the fourth quarter. After a 15-yard unsportsmanlike conduct penalty on London, Atlanta converted on a 48-yard extra point attempt, and Jesse Bates picked off Jalen Hurts as the Eagles tried to get into field goal range. That's sports. On the Fox News Rundown, I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Transparency is in short supply in today's NFL. Things were already headed in that direction before the 2020 pandemic, but when COVID-19 forced the league to shut off the majority of media availability, the league looked around and decided, well, this is nice. Players and coaches now go so far out of their way to not say anything that they come across as almost unbelievable at times. The game has lost some of its human element, instead heading into a robotic direction that keeps NFL headquarters happy, but doesn't do much to endear players and teams to their fans. I will never crush a player or coach for being raw and honest after a game, even if they say something they probably shouldn't, because the league needs more of that honesty and fewer empty phrases mixed with a healthy dose of stringing together words that don't really say anything. Speak your mind and fans just may respond favorably. I'm Chad Withrow with Outkick 360 and Outkick.com on the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Amazon CEO is moving to streamline the company by cutting management layers and asking employees to return to the office 5 days a week beginning January 2nd. The company says the moves will get rid of some of the bureaucracy and improve the culture by allowing team members to connect with one another. Intel is collaborating with Amazon on a custom artificial intelligence chip for Amazon's AWS cloud operations. Intel says the multi-year, multi-billion-dollar deal will unleash innovation across their shared ecosystem. In another move to shore up its finances, Intel says it's pausing construction on new factories in Germany and Poland, but will continue expanding in the U.S. An upgrade to Oracle stock sent shares up another 5% yesterday to a new all-time high. It means Oracle co-founder Larry Ellison has dethroned Amazon's Jeff Bezos as the second richest person in the world. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
It wasn't a nightmare, Eagles fans. The Birds lost to the Falcons in stunning fashion during the final seconds of the game. A week after the debate, Vice President Harris will be back in Philly today for an interview. And national union leaders came to Philadelphia to push for more federal investment in higher education.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Hey, Dawn here. When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, in just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Texting enrolls you into reoccurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text MAINE to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text MAIN to 321-321. That's MAINE to 321-321.
The New Era Phillies team store never goes out of style. Shop our expansive collection of hats, jerseys, and other Phils apparel today. Shipping is also available. Visit phillies.com/new era for store hours. The Cubs make their way to South Philly on Monday, September 23rd and Tuesday, September 24th, both at 6:40, and Wednesday, September 25th at 6:05. Join the action and snag your seats today at phillies.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. When an injured worker left me a message that said, "You probably won't call me back, I'm just a nobody," I called him right back. Nobody's a nobody, and no one deserves a better firm than you.
When Morgan said, "Nobody is a nobody," I felt like that. And they took care of me, and now we're doing okay. Thank God that I went to Morgan & Morgan.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real-person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
You hear more and more about identity theft in the news every day. That's because so much of your personal info is out of your control, like your insurance provider that has your social security number and your favorite retailer that has your payment details. If they get breached, your information's vulnerable. That's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed or your money back. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code PLAY at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOW WGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Tuesday, September 17th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube. As we head until 10 o'clock this morning, 855-839-1210. That is the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. You can get me at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Senslin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. How'd that football game go last night, eh? Dawn Senslin, good morning. How are you, dear?
I'm bummed out. Heartbroken.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah, well,
That
you know,
stunk.
when you're paid a ton of money, you shouldn't drop balls.
Yeah, how about that?
Yeah.
Catch the stinking football.
It's unbelievable.
Unbelievable. And also, that god-awful decision on that opening drive. We'll get to the big take. We'll get to the news. We'll get to all the stories that matter. But if you're Nick Sirianni, don't you have to just take the 3 points on the opening drive?
Yes.
I'm so sick of it's 4th and 4, and the analytics say we should go for it.
A lot of bad decision-making.
Yeah.
Throughout that whole game. A lot of bad decision-making.
All these number nerds out there. What does Nate Silver tell Nick Sirianni what to do based on probability and odds?
Yeah.
There's a 52.7% chance.
Numbers have killed sports,
I
both
know.
baseball and football.
I know. This is what happens.
And
when
politics.
See what happens when you attack toxic masculinity?
Oh, my Lord.
You get guys like Nick Sirianni.
Oh, wow. Okay, you're going there.
Wow.
601.
Well, the quarterback stinks, too.
Oh, man.
He doesn't-
Okay.
He doesn't have
What?
much.
For the best takes on Philly sports, screw those other two stations. It's us right now.
This guy's making $50 million a year. The first 2 weeks, he looks like, as Dawn would say, he looks mid. He's mid. He's not bad. He's just not great. He's mid. Okay.
Jalen? You talking about Jalen?
Yes, I am.
He hustled last night.
Oh, he hustled.
He did.
He worked hard.
Here's the problem. His good buddy, who's probably the only one who looks good this morning, is A.J. Brown.
Boy.
This is A.J. Brown feels like Phil Almquist when
Yeah.
Phil was away. You know what I mean?
Man.
You know what I mean?
You don't
Like,
realize
man, we
what you
miss
had
Yeah.
until you lose it. A.J. Brown, the engine that makes the Eagles hum. All right, that's enough sports. 855-839-1210. We got a lot of good things to get to today. More media, more Democrat fallout from what happened with Donald Trump on Sunday in West Palm, Florida. And, of course, when we talk about the media, well, it's Trump's fault. He brings this upon himself. Democrats, well, you know what? Those assault weapons, we should start by taking those away. And Howard Stern says, I don't hate Trump. I just hate those who vote for Donald Trump. We'll get to that.
That's not nice.
I mean, he's made a career of not being nice.
I know.
That's what I don't understand about people getting all up in arms about what Howard Stern has said. Howard Stern has said offensive things for 100 years. Like, why is anybody upset or shocked that he says stuff? You know what I mean? Like, that's his job.
I think
it's his
because
job to say stuff.
I think it's because they saw him back in the day as somebody that was anti-establishment.
Okay.
And now he's like super pro-establishment.
Yeah, but
right.
Agreed on all of those fronts. But like this whole thing where he's like this bastion of conservatism. Did anybody listen to him in the 90s when he was telling his producers they should get an abortion? Like he's never been a conservative. So like I don't know why people think he's a conservative. Sorry.
640.
Okay.
We'll give you the quotes.
It just
Bottle
bugs me. It bugs me. You don't like Stern, fine, but everybody's like, "Oh my God, he said something offensive." He's been saying offensive stuff since 1986.
Stocker's gonna write the biop.
Yeah.
The Stern years.
I get it. Everybody thinks he jumped the shark. Fine, great. Don't listen to him. But like to say, "Oh my God, he said something about Trump supporters." Like he says stuff. He said stuff for years.
Speaking of Trump, the Trump campaign bringing out the receipts. We will go through all of the records displaying the divisive rhetoric from those in the media to those on the left side of the political aisle. A lot of good stories to get to today. Cut sheet, super juicy, and also coming up Thursday morning at 8:30, big station announcement. So start the speculation. Stalker's leaving. This show's canceled. I'll be fired.
Yep.
Dawn will be doing 12 hours a day.
All of that is happening. All of that is happening.
Could all happen. You never know, folks.
I'm taking my talents to South Beach.
I'd like to go to South Beach right about now. All right, let's get to the news. Round number 1 at 6:04. The great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning. This Tuesday morning, September 17th. We are at 60 degrees. I'll tell you how hot it's going to get and when we may see some much-needed rain. We are sponsored this morning in our Kayal and Company News Live, sponsored by Indeed this morning. So let's get to it. As 3 men who robbed and plotted, fled together, convicted of murdering a Norristown father. This in the Norristown courthouse yesterday. Jerry Butler, Daquan Allen, convicted of second-degree murder in the death of William Carter earlier this year. We talked about this case. Their co-conspirator was identified as Damon Brantley Jr. He was the one, 18 years old now, convicted of first-degree murder, but because he was a juvenile at the time, he'll be sentenced at a later time. But his co-conspirators, Jerry Butler and Daquan Allen, they were the ones convicted of second-degree murder in the death of William Carter, who was a husband, father, and they targeted, according to the prosecutors, targeted him because he had won some money. And so he won some money. They knew he had the cash and took his life.
Wow, just awful.
It's just a sad story that's just a Kayal and Company News follow-up that we wanted to talk about this morning and follow up for you locally. As far as nationally, we know that President Donald J. Trump expected in Michigan today and speaking out about what happened as yesterday, as he was talking about that suspect, Ryan Ruth, and updating that one. The headline here this morning.
We have all the audio, by the way, because he was on Spaces last night.
Yes, so
yeah.
Go to the audio. The headline this morning about that alleged attempted assassination is that from the feds, they say Ryan Ruth, the suspect, never actually had a clear line of sight or a clear shot, which obviously he had July 13th in Butler, PA, when he was able to get off some 8 shots, including one that took the top of the president's ear but missed his head by a sliver, according to all the experts.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I buy that. Or if he didn't have the direct line of sight at the moment they tackled Trump, because remember what they said yesterday, Secret Service agent or agents are going to the next hole before Trump gets there. So they find him on that, presumably that next hole. I mean, Donald Trump could be leaving the previous hole, walking over or getting into the cart, driving to the next tee box. So yeah, in theory, at that point when they spot out the rifle, it might not have been a direct line of sight. But 7 minutes later, as Trump goes strolling up that fairway, he could have been within 150 feet for all we know. Like that those dynamics change as Trump navigates the course. So, I mean, they could have just saved his life by literally 12 minutes. Typically it takes you about 12 minutes to play a hole.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they're saying that from that moment, he did not have him at that moment in his sights.
Yeah. Well, nothing to worry about then, I guess.
So,
it's just a nothing.
That was a headline that they were giving this morning. That's why I gave it.
Oh, yeah.
It's kind of an odd.
They also said that he was in that space, in that spot for 12 hours.
Yep.
Just waiting.
Yep. Starting around 1 or 2 in the morning, Saturday night into Sunday morning.
Just waiting.
And how is MSNBC, how do they have cameras there?
That's a great question. That's a great question.
I saw that last night. There's video footage. I sent it to you. We'll play it in the cut sheet of Trump on the fairway at the course. How does MSNBC have a camera there? Unless that's Secret Service footage, but I think the way it's positioned, it was MSNBC. And by the way, too, did you know this? That is CNN, that was the first rally CNN was in Butler, PA, of the last 8 Trump rallies. Remember, they have basically made the decision not to broadcast some of these things live on CNN, MSNBC. Now, I don't know, maybe they didn't just carry it live or they didn't have the camera, but don't you find it interesting that CNN and MSNBC have cameras at the two sites of where Donald Trump was almost killed? It's very bizarre coming from the gatekeepers of fact who say we cannot air this live because we can't fact check the validity of it. I just find that interesting.
Well, so what did they? So they didn't send their own camera, but they took. There's a pool feed, a pool camera.
Right.
So they just figured if we needed to take something, we'd use the pool feed.
Yeah, if they know, like, if there's, Dawn's right. If there's a spot where he's at a lot, like the golf course, do they have a camera that's already there and they can use it if they need it?
I guess. I mean, I think the other revelation, sorry to steal your thunder here, Dawn, if you're going to get to this, that this was an off-the-record golf outing for Trump, that he was not expected to be there to play. So is Ryan Ruth the luckiest guy on the planet that he just happens to be there for 12 hours when many were not expecting Trump to even have a scheduled golf outing? This whole thing stinks.
Yeah.
Doesn't add up.
So many questions. Ruth charged yesterday in court, shackled, his hands and feet shackled, federal gun crimes, making his first appearance in court in the final weeks, obviously, of a White House race. Already, this is the second attempt. If they're going to say it's an attempt, and it was interesting to me yesterday, I'll just point out, the West Palm Beach television stations were reporting this as an attempted assassination. The national media continues to couch that term. Mm-hmm. So just wanted to point out that word.
Yeah, it was a golf club incident.
Yeah. Because he never had a line of sight.
Yeah, never had a line. Okay.
So his upcoming court appearances, we'll continue to follow that one. He did confirm that President Joe Biden had called him, made sure he was okay. And President Joe Biden actually flying from Delaware to here in Philadelphia yesterday afternoon, speaking at the HBCU conference. It's a week-long conference. Biden kicking that off yesterday in Philadelphia, historically black colleges and universities, addressing what he called the lies and hate being spread about Haitian migrants, and that's the headline. But he did commend the Secret Service at some point for their response in what many are calling a second assassination attempt against former President Donald J. Trump. That's still under investigation. Vice President Kamala Harris here today in Philadelphia, as we reported yesterday, to speak at WHYY. It's a 2:00 speech. And she's addressing NABJ, National Association of Black Journalists. So this is not considered a campaign event. It's much like, remember when Trump sat down with the NABJ? What was that, a couple weeks ago?
Yeah. Well, was that Detroit? I think Trump did something in Detroit.
You know what? I can't remember that one. I'll look it up for you. That was the one where they were more than half an hour late.
Yes, and he got ambushed right off the top.
Yes,
with the questions where he was like, "You don't even say hello. I waited for you for 30 minutes while you fixed your camera." I remember that.
Yes, Hunting Park, a developing story I'm following, an overnight deadly shooting in the Hunting Park section of Philadelphia. One man survived. It could be a relative of his. One man dead. Police investigating. No motive. No weapons recovered. The two drove themselves to the hospital. The one who survived driving the other guy to the hospital. Don't have too many details. Don't have suspects in custody. So we're following that one for you very carefully. We are sponsored this morning by Indeed. Need to hire? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one platform helping you attract, interview, as well as hire candidates all from one place. And Indeed's interview tool really lets you schedule and then conduct virtual interviews right down from their website. Visit Indeed.com/credit. Thank you, Indeed, for sponsoring our 6 a.m. news. Obviously, our Eagles 22-21. It was a heartbreaker. Saquon Barkley dropped that pass.
We have that sound from our sister station, 94 WIP.
Uh-oh, here we go.
Hurts into a long count. He is rolling. He throws the football, and it's dropped! He put it into the hands of Barkley on the near sideline, and he dropped it.
That's a pretty sure play. I like the play call here. Everything is there except the catching of the football, Saquon Barkley.
Everything is there except the catching
was that
of the
Mike
football.
Quinn?
Yeah. Wow.
Everything's there except
And
didn't
Mike,
catch
he's
it.
got a history of the dropsies. That's why the Giants got rid of him.
Oh my God.
Go back to Whitehall.
So Atlanta Falcons win 22-21. What is it? The Saints next Sunday.
Yeah.
It was brutal.
Yeah, and by the way, Saints look like a really good team.
I was
gonna
just
be
going
tough.
to say that.
That's going to be a tough spot
Yeah.
for the Eagles. Get ready, folks.
In New Orleans, too.
Yeah. Yep.
By the way, Michael Pelko on the YouTube chat says it was Chicago with the Trump and the black journalist.
Oh, that's
Thank
right.
you,
Yes.
Chicago.
Yes.
Should have known that.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Opelka.
Mike. And then as far
By the way, did Opelka sink a hole in one?
Yes.
What?
Yes.
Somebody got the shot.
Opelka, yeah. This was MSNBC was there to document it as well. Opelka had a hole in one on Sunday.
Wow.
His life. He said the America's long nightmare is finally over.
What's the course he did it at? Do you know?
His club.
Okay.
Yeah, DuPont.
DuPont.
Well,
Congratulations, Mike.
Yeah, buddy.
congratulations.
Awesome.
Opelka is the only one who did anything right with a ball.
Opelka's the best news I've had in 72 hours.
Right? Phillies in Milwaukee. We still have the magic number at 5 because we lost to the Brewers 6-2. Take on the Brewers again tonight. So we're just losers.
Yeah. Monday night's not a good night for the Eagles and the Phillies. Maybe they were watching wrestling together.
Jeez Louise. So today we will rise to 80 degrees. It'll feel muggy, mostly cloudy today. We could see some overnight rain. We really need the rain tomorrow. A chance for more rain, much of the same tomorrow, but hopefully we get some much needed showers. That's before we will clear out for the end of the week. So it doesn't look like Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we don't have to worry about rain ruining any of your weekend plans, but we do need the rain as we move through this week. So tonight, tomorrow, and then a slight chance for Thursday morning. Kayal and Company, News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:16. Let's get to a Tuesday Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
And it's brought to you by United Tire. Same song, different dance. For the second time in 65 days, Donald Trump was the intended victim of an assassination attempt. And once again, the Democrats and the mainstream media are complicit in lockstep and continuing to embarrass themselves before the American people. It's Trump's fault. Well, we got to ban certain guns. The exhausting, tiresome, and predictable rhetoric is the liable party, along with, of course, the shooters. Not Donald Trump. Not MAGA Republicans, but don't tell the establishment and the sufferers of TDS that. From July 13th to September 15th, we continue to learn more and more about the motivations, the failures of the Secret Service, and the divisive fuel to the fire that the left continues to engage in. When it comes to July 13th, Republican Senator Josh Hawley from Missouri yesterday released the official whistleblower report from the Butler, PA attempt on Donald Trump's life. It includes the following details. Quote, a majority of DHS personnel were unfamiliar with security protocols. The only training received by many HSI agents was a single 2-hour webinar. Law enforcement was supposed to be on the roof where Crooks shot from, but that post was abandoned. The night before the rally, the Secret Service denied offers to utilize Butler County's drones. The Counter-Surveillance Division team did not perform routine pre-event surveillance. The gunman would have been handcuffed after being spotted with the rangefinder if USS-CSD was present. Josh Hawley concludes the report by writing the following. 2 months have now passed since former President Donald J. Trump was nearly assassinated, and the American people still know far too little about why this happened. The Secret Service, FBI, and Department of Homeland Security have not been forthcoming with the American people. Far from it. They have closed ranks, refused to confirm or deny whistleblower allegations, and resisted meaningful oversight. In fact, sources with direct knowledge of Secret Service's own internal investigation have alleged to Senator Hawley that the Department of Homeland Security is leaning on Secret Service not to comply with document requests from Congress. Left alone, these agencies will not reform themselves. They will continue to stonewall. Plainly, it is now up to Congress and the president to clean house at these failing agencies at the earliest possible opportunity. That is Josh Hawley. So you fast forward 67 days later, and that leads us to the developments and the new revelations of September 15th and the thwarted attempt on Donald Trump's life. New details being reported tell us that 50-year-old suspect Ryan Ruth was reportedly on the golf course property for about 12 hours, leading up to the moment that he came within 500 yards of trying to kill Donald Trump. And if the timeline is correct, then Ruth was in the bushes along the fence of the perimeter of the property around 1:30 a.m. Saturday night, aka Sunday morning. And yet it was Sunday afternoon at 1:30 p.m. that the Secret Service took Donald Trump to the ground after agents discovered the would-be shooter getting set to try and kill Donald Trump. So how did Ruth know that Trump was playing golf Sunday morning? He was there for 12 hours. He had set up shop. Martin County Sheriff Will Snyder suggested the following yesterday, saying, quote, "How does a guy from not here get all the way to Trump International, realize that the president, former president of the United States, is golfing and is able to get a rifle in that vicinity?" I think that's the question the FBI, the Secret Service, are laser focused on today. Is this guy part of a conspiracy? Now, I'm sure the media and the left will say, that's pure coincidence. It's random, lucky guess. But we know who is to blame. Those who continue to force feed the divisive rhetoric. If you tell everyone that someone is Hitler, and eventually the crazies out there start to believe it, and worst of all, they try to act on it. And that's not me speaking, although I agree with that. That's a former FBI counterterrorism expert's professional opinion that was shared on CNN with Aaron Burnett. Listen and watch this opinion.
What does the fact that he wanted to survive say to you?
It says that he's not he's not suicidal, apparently. He wasn't going to take his own life if he was almost being captured. Clearly, we saw that he was captured without that. And it tells me that he's probably much more politically motivated. The last shooter in Pennsylvania, I don't want to say his name because I don't want to promote him in any way, but he was clearly a guy that was looking for the notoriety of taking that shot. I would think we're going to find that this guy's extremely politically motivated and that he probably was spurred on by much of the political diatribes that are going on these days, talking about Trump, equating him to Hitler and things like that. So I don't think this is the last we'll see of crazies out there trying to do this.
Politically motivated or politically radicalized, sick, warped, extreme ideology. I wholeheartedly agree with that assessment right there. Donald Trump posting the following yesterday, quote, "He believed the rhetoric of Biden and Harris, and he acted on it. Their rhetoric is causing me to be shot at when I'm the one going to save the country." And speaking of the rhetoric, let's hear from Democrats who love to tell us that words matter. This was on Sunday. Dan Goldman, Democrat from New York, on MSNBC with Jen Psaki. Listen and watch.
It's just unquestionable at this point that man cannot see public office again. He is not only unfit, he is destructive to our democracy, and he has to be eliminated.
That, of course, in regards to a conversation that they were having Sunday, September 15th, prior to Trump being close to being shot at. And, of course, they were talking about the events of, wait for it, January 6, 2021. Don't care about the context, don't care about the intent of the words, but Dan Goldman says Trump needs to be eliminated. They've come twice, close, very close to eliminating him. So keep it up, Goldman, because you're complicit as well, sir. And that gets us to Jasmine Crockett, Texas Democrat, saying that MAGA Republicans are domestic threats just hours before Trump was almost shot a second time. Listen and watch.
I talk about the fact that when we swore in finally in January, that we swore to defend against those that are coming against us, whether they are domestic or international. And right now, I feel like MAGA in general, they are threats to us domestically. And we see it time and time again. And I think that's why you see so many national leaders, whether they're Republicans or Democrats, coming together to say there is only one person qualified to be the commander in chief, and that is Kamala
Harris, yeah. MAGA in general, they are threats domestically to the United States. How many Democrats have been shot at? Remember, everything that they claim Republicans are, or what Trump says, they actually do. Weaponized government, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And of course, it wouldn't be another day in paradise without the usual suspects and their atrocious headlines, such as the Washington Post. Quote, "Another chance for Trump to frame Democrats as dangerous has emerged." Or what about Politico? Quote, "Republicans outraged over possible assassination attempt. They are going to keep trying to kill Trump." Perhaps the best one yet. This is from Enquirer, and Cincinnati.com, there is no place in politics for violence. That said, the former President Donald Trump brings a lot of this stuff on himself. I want you to stop and think for a moment about that. Donald Trump is shot at, and you say he brought it on himself. That is the embarrassing, immature, illogical equivalent of saying that a female who was raped brought it on herself because of what she was wearing. If you said that, you would be vilified, and rightfully so. But I guess that logic applies, or I should say gets tossed out the window of decency when it pertains to Donald Trump. Well, if the guy ends up with a bullet lodged in his brain, he had it coming. Okay. And lastly, it wouldn't be a day that ends in Y if a Democrat didn't blame guns. Mickey Sherrill, Democrat from New Jersey, having an issue with assault rifles on CNN. Listen and watch.
This is the second assassination attempt, so I think we need to put more resources towards this. But I think we also have to address some underlying issues that are going on here as well. This really seems to be the confluence of two very bad things going on in the Republican Party. On one side, the attempts to divide, to enrage the population, to put out false rumors and misinformation. We know the mayor in Springfield is begging the Republican Party to stop with the false information on immigrants. They have portions of the town on lockdown at this point, and an increase in all of the partisanship and the fear-mongering that's going on. And then on the other side, we have this complete availability of assault rifles to, it seems, almost anyone who wants to have access.
Always the gun, never the person. And how about her talking about fear-mongering? The Democrats' entire political platform against Trump for the last 9 years is based on fear-mongering. Threats to democracy, bloodbath, find people, dictator on day one, fear, fear, fear. You keep selling fear, and people eventually react. But I would expect nothing less for the next 49 days because, well, why stop now? Why would they? It's about power. It's about control. And with the current opponent Trump is facing, fear is all they can sell because they can't sell her. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Big Take this morning brought to you by United Tire. Right now, when you buy any 4 tires at United Tire, you get a free oil change or a basic 4-wheel alignment. United Tire cares as much as you do about your car. Visit UnitedTire.com to find the locally owned United Tire location nearest you. Don't drive alone. Drive United. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. We'll get everybody's thoughts from the developments of the day yesterday and a little bit more on the details about what happened on Sunday and what exactly is going on here. It's Kayal and Company live here on this Tuesday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This year, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casinos, giving you a chance to win big every Thursday night with FanDuel Squares. You know what FanDuel Squares are. It's basically the office pool, right? You pick squares, you pick boxes, plunk down some money, and you win big. It's the same Super Bowl square. It's games you've always known, only way better. That's because your numbers aren't just randomly assigned. You get to pick them yourself. You can pick as many as you like. You'll get to see the odds beforehand, and you can bet them live during the game. So what are you waiting for? Visit FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg to bet on squares. Plus, if you're new to FanDuel, you can get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT, 21 and over, President, Pennsylvania. First online run money wager only, $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms of sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, how about this? Start a PI Dental Center with decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient of PI Dental for 20 years. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and PI Dental Center are the originators of the teeth in a day. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere 1 day. So visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Hey, it's Ike Reese. These days, everything in Philly costs more. But a single line at Verizon doesn't. Get one line for as low as $50 per month when you switch and bring your phone. So while coffee is definitely costing more, here at Verizon, you can save. And dinner for two has gotten pricey. Verizon, less pricey. Logan Square rent, that's not coming down anytime soon. But Verizon, down. One line for just $50 a month. Limited edition sneakers, through the roof. One line from Verizon, through the floor. That designer golden doodle, so much more. But Verizon, a fair bit less. Even a good old tried and true hamburger will cost you more. But with Verizon, the same tried and true service is now just $50 per month for a single line on unlimited welcome. With auto pay plus taxes and fees. Point is, in a world that is always costing more, you can get more for less right now at a Philly Verizon store.
$15 promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G, 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Mystic data roaming at 2G speeds. Additional terms apply.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
Fall into incredible savings now at National Appliance Warehouse. Purchase a qualifying Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliance package and choose 3 years of additional warranty or a rebate up to $2,500. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Hey, daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So let's imagine your biggest dream. Not the easy one, the one behind it. The one you work towards every day and every night. Can you see it? Then we can help you plan for it. Ready to start planning for your dreams? You can at wellsfargo.com/getpremier.
Of course, we all need to save a little cash, especially during back-to-school season. Saving money on your utility bills is a great start. Sign up for the CNC Heating and Air Conditioning Maintenance Plan. Minimize the wear and tear on your system and lower your energy bills this winter. If your HVAC needs replacing, CNC makes budgeting for a new system a snap with 0% financing options. Schedule an estimate today with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local York-certified comfort experts. Start saving today. Visit cc-hvac.com.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra at Cherokee High School in Marlton, New Jersey, Saturday, October 26th. It's the story of Philadelphia sports put to music.
He does a lot of parodies of different songs. To see it all come together was just awesome. And then the whole family and his daughter. And the Carson Wentz hate definitely resonated.
And I love the Frank Sinatra guy, and I thought the drummer was fabulous. Go Joe, go Birds. It was awesome.
That's Conklin with City Rhythm at Cherokee High School in Marlton, New Jersey, Saturday, October 26th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
40 days up to 40 pounds. Say it with me, 40 days up to 40 pounds. Visit njdiet.com or call 855-5NJ-DIET. That's 855-5NJ-DIET. 40 days up to 40 pounds. 40 days up to 40 pounds.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. It's time to call an audible. These high utility bills are getting out of hand. Make your home cozy with new windows.
Right now at Window Nation, buy 2 windows and get 2 free. There's no limit on how much you could save. Plus, you could save big with no interest or payments for 24 months. Call Window Nation today to schedule your fast, free in-home estimate or visit windownation.com.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
You were young and your heart was no
this ever-changing world in which we live in makes you give in and cry. Say, live and let die.
6:34, it is Kayal and Company as we continue live on this Tuesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Cut sheet coming up 7:45. Your voicemails, 9:45, 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. So really what I think we need to look at here, there's three different ways we can continue to have this conversation as new details emerge with this second assassination attempt on Donald Trump's life. We can look at the new details. We can look at the continuing rhetoric that is simultaneously shared and spewed from Democrats and the mainstream media, because honestly, they're just an extension of each other. One's in elected office and the other is just paid to be on TV and be a puppet and a shill that's bought and paid for. And then ultimately, we can arrive at the conclusion. If you haven't personally arrived at that conclusion yet, you can look at it from the standpoint of what exactly is happening here to Donald Trump in the stretch run of an attempt to get back into the White House. And for me, I always think about the terms from law school, such as knowingly, recklessly, negligently, and some of the kind of the different culpability levels when you try to match up the intent with the actual act. And the more this negligence continues to happen, the least I just don't think you can sit here and say, well, it's a broken system. You know, you win Powerball in your life once, right? You don't win it twice. It's a mathematic impossibility. You go back to prior to Donald Trump being shot at the first time, we went 43 years without a president being shot at. Yes, historically, we've seen a president in the past. I believe it was Jimmy Carter, Greg said, twice in 18 days.
Gerald Ford back
in was 73.
Yeah.
So ask yourself what's happening here. Is this just completely random? Is this a letdown of the guard? Or is the negligence so bad, so indefensible that you can only arrive at the conclusion that it's intentional? It's no longer negligence, it's intentional. I arrived at that conclusion 10 days after Butler, and now after what happened on September 15th, just 2 days ago. I mean, we've got some of these details, and Dawn, I'm not sure which way you want to go, if you want to look at the details or the rhetoric. I've got both. But we mentioned Politico. This guy was in the bushes, according to cell phone location data obtained by the FBI, that they basically pinned him via his mobile device as arriving at Trump International Golf Course just before 2 a.m. Sunday morning. And he was located in the vicinity of the area of the tree line. I mean, some of the details here, courtesy of Politico. I mean, he had a bag containing food also he set up camp like he was in the Poconos. And he just got randomly lucky that Donald Trump happened to be there that day, that the cameras were there. I'm sorry, when you add it all up, to me, it's no longer gross incompetence. To me, it's intentional. And I think I'm further validated by saying that. Of course, haven't been able to connect all the dots, cross all the T's, but I don't know, Dawn. This doesn't. You don't walk into the casino and hit the jackpot twice. It doesn't work that way. The system is set up mathematically for you not to do that.
Yeah, what struck me was that everybody's praising the Secret Service, but yesterday the acting director admitted that they did not search the perimeter of the golf course before Trump started his round. And for me, that is just, I'm just speechless. I mean, what? You didn't search the perimeter?
And basic protocol pre-event in multiple spots. Because I mentioned in Butler, based on the Josh Hawley whistleblower testimony, that they failed to do pre-event surveillance of the perimeter. So you're telling me in multiple locations, at multiple events, public or private, these people, whoever these people are, Secret Service, DHS, whoever is out there and is collecting a check to ensure that Donald Trump is safe and secure, are not doing the basic protocol. That will be like Phil Omquist showing up and not pulling any video and not having anything printed.
Which would never happen.
Which would never happen unless the printers are out of paper. Like, you have to do the basics. And when you don't do the basics twice, there needs to be people that have accountability and responsibility, and people need to be fired.
Phil Omquist took it upon himself, when we were out of paper a couple times, to go to Staples and get paper.
I feel better. If Phil was on Trump's detail, I would feel better about it.
Me too. You know, this is, and by the way, there was somebody somewhere talked about this yesterday or mentioned this, because if you're a dog person, I think of dogs. I think of, where are the canines? And why don't you just walk the perimeter, walk your dog? Have a dog walker who's undercover, whatever, but just walk the canine, walk the perimeter at all times. I think that's the beginning. But the answer was, well, we weren't even sure that he was going to golf that day, so we didn't really walk the perimeter. Well, I think he was on the fifth, like by the time he's on like the fourth hole, I think you should be walking the perimeter.
And again, if you weren't sure that he was going to be there to play golf, how does Ryan Ruth know that be set up 12 hours in advance?
I think the first question needs to be, when was the decision made for him to play golf?
Correct.
And, was it the day before? They said it wasn't, it was a spur of the moment thing. Does that mean that morning? Mm-hmm. Does that mean 3 days before? Nobody, those are the type of questions that need to be asked right now.
And Ryan Ruth is not a local West Palm area native resident, right? Like Thomas Matthew Crooks was about 70 minutes from Butler. So, I mean, he was within like driving distance, right? This Ryan Ruth guy is Hawaii. He's North Carolina. He's a again, he's like Phil Omquist. He's a world traveler. He just happens to be in a bush 12 hours before, setting up with book bags, GoPros, an assault rifle. He's got food. What else did he have? Did he have the cable and the internet guy coming on Tuesday?
And nobody saw it. And there had to be, and by the way, let's not forget, too, that there happened to be a witness, too, that we don't know
thank
those.
God.
We don't know those where, but just play this out for a second, Dawn. There happened to be a witness that got a description of the guy, the license plate, knew what kind of car he was driving. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And knew who his insurance provider was. Yeah, it was the guy in the black Nissan plates, blah, 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 and he was Geico. Come on.
There's just a lot of things about this that just stink.
Yeah, of course
honest,
they do. Of course they do. And I actually think that there are probably logical Democrats out there. I always bring up our buddy Mike from the Lehigh Valley. He's a liberal who's voted for Trump in the past. He seems very common sense, very basic. I mean, you have to realize something's in play here. It's just not pure coincidence twice. And then we can get to the rhetoric, and this is what I'm so sick of. Of course, and I want, every time Trump says something, they take one word. Remember when Joe said it was time to put Trump in the bullseye? Remember he said that, and this was when like the Democrat Party was in disarray, and he was like, we need to put all of our focus in context, obviously matters, and he's like, we got to put Trump in the bullseye. It's all about zeroing in on Trump. Since the bullseye comment, the guy's been shot at twice. And then last night, and thank God I didn't watch this, nor did I listen to the Twitter spaces with Musk and Trump. I didn't want to have to sit through a 17-minute technical difficulty. I have no idea if it got off to a good start or not, but I was watching the Eagles. Hillary Clinton, a day after, and thank God I didn't see this either. She's on MSNBC, and I've got the quotes here, and I guess we could probably play this clip. There's multiple clips later. Hillary Clinton calls Trump a dictator. She was all at Rachel Maddow. I think that's the Monday Maddow, the one shift a week she works these days. Hillary Clinton calls Trump a dictator who can't be given, quote, another chance to do harm to our country. This coming just one day after a second assassination attempt. Clinton made the comments during an interview with Rachel Maddow. There's probably 4 or 5 different clips out there, anywhere from a minute to 3 minutes. It was probably a 10-minute interview with Hillary Clinton. Like, seriously, lady, can you just stop for one day? The guy, again, almost got shot and killed. And one of the most, again, a lady that lost 8 years ago, just accepted Hillary. Nobody likes you. America rejected you emphatically. You hate Trump, you hate your husband, and you're going to be super jealous of Kamala Harris if she's able to pull off what you couldn't. But, like, it's what I'm talking about, Don. Like, the rhetoric. I mean, she couldn't go a day without dictator and harm to our country. So let's flip the script on Old Hill for a second, right? What harm would happen to our country if Donald Trump's brains are splattered all over the place. Seriously. Because I'll project forward. I'll tell you what I think will eventually happen. I'm just going to say it because I know a lot of people are like on eggshells when you hear it. You're like, oh, it's a cringe moment. Like, if they end up killing Donald Trump, we're going to have a civil war in this country. Let's just call it what it is. There's going to be a lot of disasters in this country if that guy gets killed. So maybe tell your media outlets and your fellow Democrats, why don't you just reel it back in a little bit? Why don't you attack them on the policy? Attack them for the Stormy Daniels thing, whatever. But like enough with the verbiage that leads to like less than 1% of society that has the thought, much less the gumption to go ahead with the action and try to kill the guy. We don't kill our political opponents in this country. We don't put them in jail. We don't weaponize the government against them. And Trump's no angel. But like, honestly, headlines like this, Dawn, from the Enquirer, Cincinnati.com, well, of course, we don't condone political violence, but after all, Donald Trump does bring this upon himself. Now, imagine if that was, like I said in the big take, if I said about, well, she cheated on her husband, so she deserved to die. Really? She deserved to die? No, she didn't. No, she didn't. No. Like, violence is unacceptable. And yet, they keep, it's like going to my old high school football game on Thanksgiving for the bonfire and getting the gasolina and just whoosh. They just don't ever take a day off. And maybe that's why they beat Republicans all the time. They're willing to go where some Republicans won't. And, you know, we talked about, well, you can no longer fight fire with water. You got to fight fire with fire. I would never want a bullet put in Joe Biden's head or Kamala Harris's, ever. And yet these people, they don't take a day off. At least the first time, Dawn, on July 13th, they had like a 48-hour, 72-hour verbal ceasefire.
Yeah.
There's been no delay this time. They got right back on the horse Monday morning.
Yep. Even by Sunday night, MSNBC was at it. That's true.
It's unbelievable.
By the way, I looked up his golf partner because I remember he was interviewed on Sunday. It was Steve Witkoff, who's a New York State real estate investor, as far as you were asking about his golf partner. So the question is, did they plan on playing golf? And then Speaker Johnson was there with his wife and family.
Mm-hmm.
And so is part of the schedule how this guy, Ryan Ruth, knew that they would probably golf because this was a buddy of his who he often would golf with.
Mm-hmm. Yep, good point. 855-839-1210. We'll come back. I want to wrap up with a couple of the receipts. Speaking of the inflammatory rhetoric, we've got all the receipts courtesy of Trump and Vance. A lot of people complicit to blame, including one media icon. Kayal and Company. Back after this.
Hey, Dawn here. When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, in just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. Tell Dawn sent you.
Warning, the following ZipRecruiter radio spot you are about to hear is going to be filled with F words.
When you're hiring, we at ZipRecruiter know you can feel frustrated, forlorn even, like your efforts are futile, and you can spend a fortune trying to find fabulous people, only to get flooded with candidates who are just fine. Fortunately, ZipRecruiter figured out how to fix all of that. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, you can forget your frustrations because we find the right people for your roles fast, which is our absolute favorite F word. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day.
Fantastic.
So, whether you need to hire 4, 40, or 400 people, get ready to meet first-rate talent. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. Don't forget, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Finally, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows, and you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
You might wonder, John Legend, how do you keep your voice sounding so legendary? Honey. And how do I keep my protection against COVID-19 up to date? With a COVID shot this season, designed for recent variants.
You can get your COVID-19 shot when getting your flu shot if you're due for both, as recommended by the CDC.
The fresher, the better.
Ask your healthcare provider about getting this season's COVID-19 shot when getting your flu shot.
Sponsored by Pfizer. In business, service is everything. Cintas delivers what you need to better serve your customers. Whether it's freshly laundered work apparel for almost any job imaginable, tested and inspected fire protection systems, first aid and safety supplies, on-site AED training, or mops and restroom products, stocked and ready when you need them. Better work days happen together. So visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
Just 2 years ago, Bob Casey told us his vote for $1 trillion spending spree would miraculously reduce inflation. Casey promised his vote will reduce inflation. Have you been to a grocery store lately? Did Casey reduce anything except his credibility? In fact, it was Bob Casey's vote for reckless spending that caused this inflation in the first place. Prices went up, and now you're paying more for almost everything. Casey admits he failed. Prices have skyrocketed. Just listen to Casey.
You have boneless chicken going up 38% and paper products like toilet paper going up 35%.
Groceries cost more. Rent and housing cost more. Pennsylvania families are struggling. Casey promised to fix this mess. Instead, he made it worse. Bob Casey failed. We need a change to get back on track. It's time to change Washington. It's time to fire Bob Casey. Senate Leadership Fund paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. SenateLeadershipFund.org.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. And one thing I've learned is that you buy a house, but you make it a home. Because with every fix, update, and renovation, it becomes a little more your own. So you need all your jobs done well. For nearly 30 years, Angie has helped millions of homeowners hire skilled pros for the projects that matter. From plumbing to electrical, roof repair to deck upgrades. So leave it to the pros who will get your jobs done well. Hire high-quality certified pros at Angie.com.
Retirement can be scary, but only if you're not prepared. That's why AARP created thisispretirement.org. Because unless you've already retired, you're in pretirement, and you still have time to plan. Learn about retirement savings options, potential tax breaks, and how you can build savings over time. Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan and feel the retirement fear disappear. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Calling on Levittown. Hello there. To follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Bicycle, bicycle. I want to ride my bicycle, bicycle, bicycle. I want to ride.
It's Kayal Company 6:53 as we get set to wrap up hour number one here on a Tuesday morning. Don't forget, major station announcement coming up Thursday morning at 8:30. So put that in your alarm in your phone and be on standby.
What could it be? Even I don't know.
What could it be? Yeah, we got to play that song coming back.
What could it be?
855-839-1210. Dawn will have some news to kick off hour number 2. I want to get to this Howard Stern story pertaining to Trump voters and Trump supporters, and also the Trump-Vance campaign putting out all of the quotes on social media of everybody that has added fuel to the fire. We have the receipts, and we will go through those. Cut sheet coming up 7:45. Quickly wrap up the 6 o'clock hour. Ed is in Delran, and he's on Talk Radio 1210. What's up, Eddie?
Good morning, my friends. Let me tell you something. I've been saying exactly what you said for years, and that is that I truly believe the Democrat Party wants a civil war. They want it, and they're not going to stop, and it's sad. And you know what? Let me quote one of the most famous quotes of all time from Jesus, and he said, "Let those without sin cast the first stone." Yep. How about that, my friend?
No, you're right, Ed. And to your point of antagonizing and adding fuel to the fire, the Lincoln Project 13 hours ago. Donald Trump is a threat to our democracy. You keep saying it long enough, and Trump's going to end up like Lincoln. And we're going to have all kinds of issues in this country because there are crazy people on both sides that take this way too far. And, yesterday you found out that Joe Biden and Donald Trump apparently had a phone call. I got to tell you, I don't know if you guys agree with this, but if I'm Trump and every time I get shot at, I'm no longer taking phone calls from Joe Biden or Kamala Harris. I'm just not. I'm just getting my iPhone rings. You see the little accept or decline button? Decline. I did the photo op with you on 9/11 after the stage debate on ABC. I'm done being nice. You omit those people from your life because they continue to say, and Kamala will be right back on the wagon today, I'm sure, and you're going to hear the same old rhetoric, not about her opportunity economy and the specifics of what that entails, but just the general entry level stupid verbiage. 855-839-1210. We will get Dawn's news on the other side. Kayal and Company. Hour number 2 is next.
Concert season is just heating up. Check out these awesome upcoming shows presented by Live Nation.
Jeff Lynne's ELO at Wells Fargo Center, September 20th and 21st. Ringo Starr and his all-star band at TD Pavilion at The Man on September 24th. Pod Save America podcast at the Met Philadelphia, presented by Highmark, October 6th.
To buy tickets and to check out all upcoming concerts, head to livenation.com right now.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we are having 2 fabulous back-to-school specials. The 2024 S60 front-wheel drive sedan and the exciting electric C40 each can be leased for 36 months for $369. Do-It Inception would be a down payment and taxes and registration fees. But in New Jersey, this C40 has no tax. The $369 is an incredible payment on each of these Cherry Hill Volvos. Visit Cherry Hill Volvo. Our team would be honored to partner with you.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
It's that time of year again to consider replacing your old drafty windows and doors before another long, cold winter season rolls in. And my good friends at Guida Door and Window will help make your window and door replacement project more affordable with their buy one, get one half off sale. For every door and window you buy, you'll get the second one at 50% off. And you can mix and match these savings to suit your own needs. Buy an entry door, get half off a storm door. Buy a patio door, get 50% off a window. Need to replace all the windows and doors in your house? Then you'll save 50% on half your project. The more you need, the more you save. Plus, Guida is making it easier to afford your project with no money down and interest-free financing for up to 18 months. Act now. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. For full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, G-U-I-D-A.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Donald Trump's back, and he's out for control.
I would have every right to go after them.
Complete control.
I will wield that power very aggressively.
And he has a plan to get it.
Detailed plans for exactly what our movement will do.
It's called Project 2025, a 922-page blueprint to make Donald Trump the most powerful president ever. Overhauling the Department of Justice, giving Trump the unchecked power to seek vengeance, eliminating the Department of Education, and defunding K-12 schools, requiring the government to monitor women's pregnancies, and Trump has also proposed severe cuts to Medicare and Social Security. Those are Donald Trump's plans.
Well, revenge does take time, I will say that. And sometimes revenge can be justified.
He'll take control, we'll pay the price.
I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message. Paid for by Harris for President.
They say money doesn't grow on trees, but at First Harvest Credit Union, we can help you grow your financial future with our growth savings account. You can earn as high as 3.5% annual percentage yield while enjoying flexible access to your funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com or your nearest branch to get details and open a growth savings account and watch your money grow. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for over 84 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Look at your young men fighting. Look at your women crying. Look at your young men dying the way they've always done before.
It's Kayal Company, 7 o'clock, hour number 2 on a Tuesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Got Cheat coming up 7:45 this morning. We'll get to the news in just a moment. Just a reminder, coming up on Monday, September 23rd, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, proud to partner with the American Cancer Society for the Coaches vs. Cancer program that raises funds for the Society's mission of improving the lives of people with cancer and their families through advocacy, research, and patient support. You will have an opportunity, if you would like, to join myself, Phil Martelli, and many other legends for a great cause. And we're looking for a threesome to join in the fight against cancer.
What's some?
A threesome, that's correct.
All right.
Yes.
Just curious. Okay.
Yep. Place your bid now, and you can join myself for an amazing day of golf, food, and fun at the award-winning Huntington Valley Country Club.
Wow.
Which I have never been on, can't afford to play on, can't afford to join. But thanks to this opportunity, you and I and a few others will get together for a great day and a great cause.
So you can bid on this.
That's
you
correct.
Can bid on this to play in this threesome with you.
That's right.
Which is actually a foursome. Because
correct. 3 + 1 is 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe where's Michael Pelka? Maybe he could bid on this and see if he can get another hole-in-one.
I know. There you go.
Yeah.
Crush Cancer. You can go to 1210WPHT.com. Check my Twitter timeline. I tweeted out the link to it yesterday.
It's all
if you've got the funds.
It's all on 1210WPHT.com. 1210WPHT.com. The link is up there if you want to bid on this. It's a great cause. All the money goes to the charity. cancer has affected everybody's life. I mean, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Yeah. So, it's a good cause, and you can golf at this lovely golf course with Nick Kayal and
with this lovely broadcaster.
Yeah.
There you go.
Are you buying drinks?
Yeah. Why not? What the hell?
We're asking for the generosity of the audience right now, so please help us.
There you go. 855-839-1210. Let's get to the news. 7:03, round number 2. The great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning. We are sponsored in Kayal and Company News Live on this Tuesday, September 17th. We are sponsored by Indeed this morning in the news. We have word of 4 men from Philadelphia under arrest in what police are calling, this is Operation Beef Bandits under arrest.
Again?
Well, these guys may be responsible for some of the meat, including seafood, beef that has been stolen.
These chipstick kleptos.
So we have word that these men are from Philadelphia. They were arrested in Jersey, though, and it's allegedly, according to authorities, an organized cargo theft ring targeting tractor trailers stopped at service areas along the New Jersey Turnpike. So is this connected to what's been happening in South Philadelphia? This is the question. So under arrest, 23-year-old Sean Coleman, 37-year-old Salahuddin Reddy, and 31-year-old Hanif Tucker, and as well Rashawn Clark Reddy, who is 26 years old, arrested at the Molly Pitcher service area, Cranberry Township. Investigators say they caught the men trying to steal packaged meat from a parked tractor trailer. So New Jersey State Police saying the arrests are a result of this 2-month investigation they called Operation Beef Bandit.
Give me the chicken cutlets and nobody gets hurt. We'll take your beef, your poultry, or your fish.
They say that over the past 3 years, they say this group of 4 men is accused of stealing high-value goods, meats, alcohol, seafood from trailers parked at rest stops. The heists have resulted in millions of dollars in stolen merchandise, this according to investigators after a months-long investigation.
Wow.
So these guys are in jail. And there's a long police report, but according to the police report, when they closed in on these guys, they were in a stolen car, tried to evade them. A lot of details there. But the question is, are these men being looked at on the Pennsylvania side? Because this is on the New Jersey side.
So meats, alcohol, and high-end merchandise.
And seafood.
And seafood. It sounds like they're trying to open up a high-end restaurant. Maybe they can take advantage of Kamala Harris's small business startup for $50,000 instead of stealing things. There you go.
So we'll continue to follow up on that one. They're in jail pending a bail detention hearing. Sean P. Diddy Combs arrested yesterday, according to the U.S. Attorney's Office in New York City. That big announcement with Combs arrested at the Park Hyatt Hotel, West 57th Street. According to his attorney, he had relocated to New York in anticipation of this grand jury indictment, but they say that he was caught off guard by the apprehension. This according to a person familiar with the situation who added he had been living in the hotel for several weeks. So apparently they knew that the indictment was coming, but they didn't expect that he would be arrested in that manner yesterday.
And if you recall, a few months ago in the summer, they went and I think they raided his property in Florida. And then I think we were I don't know if it was true or we were speculating he was on a flight and he was going to like an island. I think there's no question. It's just a matter of when, not if. But once this thing goes down, I think once he gets locked up, I don't think you're ever going to see him in the public again.
Well,
just a hunch.
Innocent until proven.
Oh, yeah.
Otherwise,
Absolutely.
but
Absolutely.
So, there's a whole timeline here. So the allegations that are swirling, was this a sex trafficking situation? Sexual assault was one of the accusations in a civil suit brought by the former girlfriend Cassandra Ventura, who had sued him in federal court and alleged years of physical abuse, etc. So we believe that the indictment will be unsealed in court as soon as this morning. So when that's unsealed, then in the Southern District of New York, then we'll hopefully know more details. So that's serious news that's making international headlines. Obviously, his attorney releasing a statement calling him a music icon and that he will fight these allegations.
He's kind of a pervert.
Icon. I mean,
that's what his attorney.
No. I know. I'm not criticizing you. I'm just criticizing that statement. I mean,
Stocker's like, he's mid.
He profited off of the talent of Notorious B.I.G.
Yes. When's the last time he really had a major album? I mean, it's been probably 20-some years. Yeah.
We have a warning from Pennsylvania State Police about this police impersonator.
Uh-oh.
This is a large middle-aged man posing as a police officer.
Nick.
It's not me. Well, she said large middle-aged man. I mean, that's not me.
He pulled over a driver in Chester County, according to the authorities. So this actually happened Friday, September 13th, Route 1 near Route 896, Upper Oxford Township. And the victim reported that this is a quote, while traveling north on US 1, the vehicle was tailgating for several miles. And then the suspect activated the red and blue emergency lights. It looked legitimate, even had a siren, and stopped to try to stop the victim's vehicle. The victim describing the light to be one of those bubble lights that the suspect placed on top of the roof. So they're giving out the suspect description. Pretty big guy, 6'2", tall, heavy set, middle-aged, black hair, tan complexion, wearing a police-style uniform with a badge, and the vehicle was described as a black Cadillac Escalade.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know that police officers, unless it's like Dukes of Hazzard or something, drive an Escalade.
Yeah, I would think Secret Service maybe has an Escalade, or
sometimes undercover. You know what I mean? Like when
that's true.
When they try and catch you in speed traps and stuff. Sometimes they're undercover. And they have, but yeah, always ask for the badge, right?
Yeah.
But this guy had a badge.
Guy had everything.
Had a badge. Had a police uniform.
We don't need no stinking badges.
So pulled the person over. Nobody injured. The person realized something was wrong, took off, but they're putting out the word in the description. They want to get this guy.
And do we know if the person that was pulled over, was that a female?
I don't have the.
Okay.
I inferred that
I always feel like it's the man that's trying to do something to the female. And
just curious, what did they do? What did this person allegedly do when they pulled this person over?
Fake cop pulls him over, and it was actually early Friday morning. They were probably listening to Kayal Company.
Yep, always.
Right, and so the person felt something was wrong, took off, and nobody hurt, nothing like that. But reporting it to the authorities.
Interesting.
So Pennsylvania State Police want to get this guy.
Yeah.
And feel like, what we don't know what was going to happen next, but it wasn't good.
No.
So they're saying, here's the thing they always say, if something doesn't feel right, you can even put your four-way flashers on if it's dark, put on your interior lights, put on your four-ways, keep going at a slow rate. Call 911, get on the phone, tell them what's happening. Say, is this a legit officer?
Yeah, that's true. Good point.
So especially for,
I think the next time I'm going to get pulled over, I'm going to say I feel threatened and just take off.
Stop.
I can't confirm your identity.
Listen. Dawn Stensland on 1210 Kayal Company told me to take off if I didn't feel right. So I didn't feel right, so I took off.
Yeah, after the last 4 years, you don't have to comply. It's optional. What the hell?
Yeah, Tyreek.
Yeah.
Speaking of police, Philadelphia Police Department releasing the details, and we've been waiting for this for the viewings and the funeral, which will happen this week for fallen officer Jamie Roman. Officer Roman obviously had lost his battle to survive, hospitalized since he was gunned down in the line of duty back in June. Leaves behind his wife and children. So the details we have, public viewing will be 5:30 to 8:30, and that will be this Wednesday, September 18th, Givnish Funeral Home, Academy Road there in Philadelphia. And then this Thursday, September 19th, that's when we will see the procession from the Philadelphia Public Services Building to the Cathedral Basilica. That starts 6 a.m., so it'll be during Kayal Company that the services begins. So the public viewings, by the way, 8 a.m. to 11 a.m., at the Cathedral Basilica of Saints Peter and Paul on Ray Street here, and the funeral services will be held immediately after. So things get underway Thursday, 6 a.m. as far as the procession beginning.
Okay. Cool.
So it's a sad week in Philadelphia. I know flags have been flying at half staff. Mayor Sherelle Parker, Commissioner Kevin Bethel, and officers from the 25th Police District where he served, as well as, generally speaking, law enforcement from across the country will represent and be here in Philadelphia this Thursday.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. It's a brotherhood.
So, and as we've reported, the suspect accused of firing at him had, according to the court records and authorities, fired upon officers during a carjacking. That was actually back in Puerto Rico. So a lot of questions swirling as that continues. We've been talking this morning a lot about the campaign trail. I thought I would just break away from Trump, Biden, Harris. Biden here, I'll headline it for you. President Joe Biden here in Philadelphia speaking at day one of the convention for historically black colleges and universities, speaking out. But before that, here in Philadelphia, had called former President Donald J. Trump, wished him well, made sure he was okay, and talked about the assassination, the second assassination attempt on Trump. As far as Trump, he will be at his first campaign event in Michigan later today. And that's the first campaign event since the second attempt at his life that we've talked a lot about on Sunday. As far as Kamala Harris, the vice president, she will be today in Philadelphia, and this is for a panel at NABJ, that's National Association of Black Journalists, WHYY. Just a traffic note for you, heads up, that panel starts, she's expected to speak starting at 2 p.m. So wherever you are, just think about WHYY, the location here in Philadelphia, and then, between, let's say, 2 and 5-ish, there will be traffic shutdowns because the vice president is here in Philadelphia.
The life of a commuter during an election year in a swing state.
Sorry.
This is what we have to deal with as Pennsylvanians.
I know. Yesterday was a traffic nightmare for people between 1 and 6.
Yeah. Yeah, and then the real nightmare started at 8:30.
I know. Eagles. Well, speaking of which, 22-21, we talked a lot about it. Obviously, we had A.J. Brown, who's out. And A.J. Brown, please get better. He's out with that hamstring injury.
Yep.
And so we'll see if he's, I don't know, can he make a quick recovery?
He said
maybe get some peptides.
He said he told one of the ESPN sideline reporters yesterday that he was going to be out for, quote, weeks.
Yeah, multiple weeks. Absolutely.
Whereas I think Nick Sirianni earlier in the day said something about, well, it's just a precautionary.
Yeah, but those hammies linger, man. I actually believe the ESPN reporter over Sirianni. Yeah, he doesn't want to tip his hand, but yeah, they look so small on the perimeter without A.J. Brown.
Yep.
A.J. Brown's just like this big alpha male, and you look at Devontae Smith, and he's like a little rugrat.
Rugrats.
By the way, where was Bryce Huff last night?
Oh, what rough game for him?
No, he was not. Did he play?
Oh, I didn't even notice that.
No, I mean, he was not part of the game last night.
Oh,
so
he didn't make a big an impact.
No.
Did not present, if you will.
A lot of money, huh?
Well, but Barkley represented it, and of course they take the ball out of his hands on the opening drive. Yeah, because why throw it? Why keep running it when you're getting 9 yards a carry?
It was depressing.
So you can have your quarterback run around outside to the right of the pocket and then just zip it into the fifth row. Oh, get rid of defense. On to the next play.
And it was here's the thing. It was such a great night. It was the big debut with Jason Kelce. Yeah. We had Nick Foles,
How do you lose on
retiring
Nick Foles'
honorary captain.
Horrendous.
That's a violation.
There with his family.
Yep.
It was just.
Yeah. And did you see Kelce with the
oh my gosh,
the suede Kelly Green zip up sweatsuit?
It's like velour. It was like 1980s
Phil,
velour.
Phil, can you play 15 for the people
God.
watching on YouTube? Can you play cut 15 or what Nick was talking about?
Look at this. What is this? By the way, he's lost a lot of weight.
Can we stop with Jason Kelce?
I know.
Can we stop with Jason Kelce?
I'm so
please?
done with it.
I love him.
Now,
here's the.
He looked good, and I am going to buy my husband that exact velour jumpsuit thing he had on for Christmas.
What the hell's wrong with you?
We need to have.
Come on, I love that.
We got to have a football election where we take the Manning brothers and the Kelsey brothers, and we all vote as a nation. And only one football family can remain on television.
Yep.
The other one has to just
Kelsey.
ride off into the sunset.
No, he did a great job. He was, and you know what? He was good luck. He never should have left the booth. See?
Should have never left playing center.
Remember?
They left. They lost to Kirk Cousins, who wasn't he just out on an Achilles?
Yeah, ruptured Achilles last year.
He doesn't move in the
can't
pocket.
even move. I know.
No, they got.
He's like Opelka waddling around to pick up his golf ball.
No,
terrible.
he did a good job. He actually.
Who, Cousins?
Terrible Atlanta team.
We made him look good.
Oh, I agree. Cousins played better than Hurts. Yeah, I give you that. You're right, Dawn.
So it was his comeback night, much to our chagrin.
Yeah.
So if you went to bed with 2 minutes left in the game, my condolences. I'm sorry because you went to bed thinking, oh, we got this.
Yep.
2 minutes left at 22-21, just a brutal loss. And as far as our Phils, we lost in Milwaukee to the Brewers. Gosh, what a depressing sports night. 6-2.
Good night, everybody.
I know.
Thank God we talk about politics.
Yes.
And we don't have to sit here and
I know.
like, how are you feeling today? Tell us how you're feeling. Don't hold back. I was like, oh God, okay.
It is National Constitution Day today.
Hey, radio.
So we got that going for us, which is nice.
Well, for now.
All right.
All right, let's go to Indeed. I know Greg's like, wrap it up. Toots. That's what he calls me off camera, Toots. I had no sleep. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm just
Don't forget about my day job here, Dawn. You know what I mean? Like, there are people listening.
There are times where I have to sit down with HR
that are above me. That be like, yeah, what's this relationship you have going on with Dawn Stensler?
All right, let's get back to Ryan Ruth. Come on.
We are sponsored by Indeed today. Need to hire? You need Indeed. Their end-to-end solution helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all year round. Schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from your Indeed dashboard. Learn more by visiting Indeed.com/credit. The forecast today, it's going to feel muggy today. So it's cloudy today with the clouds moving in 80 degrees. Overnight, we'll see rain. And then your next 2 days, Wednesday, Thursday, we'll see much needed rain. But tomorrow is going to be 72 degrees. So this much cooler day tomorrow, we will start to heat back up again on Thursday. By Friday, the rain is out, and then we'll be in for another stretch with sunshine in the 80s. Beautiful weather, allegedly, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, as we head into the weekend. Thank you, Indeed, for sponsoring Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Cut sheet in about 25 minutes. Up next, Howard Stern takes a flamethrower to MAGA, and I'm going to have to defend MAGA on the other side. And, of course, the 7 o'clock hour is underway. It's brought to you by Wawa. Have you heard? Wawa has classic hoagies for just $6. Whether it's the cheesesteak, meatball, or Italian, you can get any classic hoagie, as Dawn would say, for just $6 because you got to have a Wawa. Kayal & Company, Howard Stern, next.
You've heard me talk for years now about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. Mike and Mark Chapman, two brothers, created their business, and it has grown over the past 3 decades. I love the work they've done in my home, especially during this fall crisp weather. We open up the wall of sliding glass doors that replace some windows in the foyer area. It's probably my favorite spot in the house. They do beautiful work with you. I would only trust the Chapman team for my home. If you are thinking of updating your front entry door, now is the perfect time. For the month of September, Chapman is offering free hardware on a brand new front entry door or up to the value of $500. An updated front entry door is really going to change. It's like a makeover with just one door. Changes the look of your home, updates it, and obviously is going to change the curb appeal of your home, boosting the resale value. But whether you're looking for a single door, double door, or what about a door with those beautiful side lights? That's what I have. Their experienced project consultant is going to help you choose the perfect new door for your home. So if you or somebody you know are looking for windows, doors, siding, shutters, hardware, they do it all, give them a text. You can call them 610-431-8898. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. You can do a virtual tour, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
This Merrill Reese update is brought to you by PNC Bank. Make today the day.
The Eagles basically looked victory in the face and turned it into heartbreak. With under a minute to play and Atlanta without timeouts, Kirk Cousins drove the Falcons the length of the field, and they ended up winning 22-21 when he hit Drake London with a touchdown pass. So the Eagles, instead of being 2-0, are now 1-1, and they have a tough game next Sunday in New Orleans. With the Eagles, this is Merrill Reese. People ask, is PNC just a boring bank? Well, that depends. Is starting a business boring, or being the first person in your family to go to college? For nearly 160 years, they've done the hard and occasionally boring work of banking to deliver brilliant results for their clients. To see what boring banking can do for you, stop into any of their local branches right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association member FDIC.
Cancer, a scary word, but not so scary if you have the right team. Hi, this is John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sundays at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And that team is Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. Yes, cancer is a scary word and a difficult condition if you've been diagnosed. Over the years, the staff at Innovative Medical Associates has helped hundreds of patients with their unique medical hydration protocols. Cancer support is a large part of the practice at Innovative Medical Associates.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Talk about improving your quality of life. Most likely, that'll happen when you visit Innovative Medical Associates. Check them out on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com or call 856-489-0505 to schedule your initial complimentary consultation.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you recently had an HVAC tech at your home to fix your unit and he wanted to sell you all types of upgrades? Look, if your AC unit is acting unruly this summer and needs to be fixed, we'll send out one of our technicians to do one thing: fix your AC. And if we do think you need a new one, we'll have one of our factory-trained install teams put in a new state-of-the-art train cooling system to keep you cool. Visit us at marvinecans.com. That's marvinecans.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano with an easy question. How are your cholesterol levels? Managing healthy cholesterol is a key to a strong heart and overall wellness. For over 38 years, Rescue Natural Supplements has been a trusted ally in helping people reach their cholesterol goals. I've counted on Rescue for years, and with good reason. Their range of supplements designed to meet your specific needs, from omega-3s to red yeast rice and more. Take charge of your heart health today. Use the code DROP at checkout to double your order on any cholesterol product for free. Call today at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use the code online when you visit res-q.com, res-q.com. Remember to use the code DROP to buy one, get one free on Rescue Cholesterol products. Double up your cholesterol support today. Use the code DROP at res-q.com.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra at Cherokee High School in Marlton, New Jersey, Saturday, October 26th. It's the story of Philadelphia sports put to music.
Oh, I thought it was awesome. It was funny and like great band. His imitation of the Bee Gees.
The stylistics and stuff, I just love that.
Oh, it was great.
This is the third time we've seen him. He's awesome.
I can relate to Joe Conklin. Great variety. There was something for everyone.
That's Conklin with City Rhythm at Cherokee High School in Marlton, New Jersey, Saturday, October 26th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
There's breaking news all day long from around the world, and sometimes all that noise makes it hard to hear about what's happening right here at home. With the free Odyssey app, getting your local news plus breaking news is easy. And even when you're not near a radio, stay connected with what's going on right here by listening live and push alerts. Just download the free Odyssey app and search and follow your local news station, and you're good to go. The local breaking news to get you through your day at your fingertips on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
Do you have shoeboxes full of photos? Today only, radio listeners get VIP access to the new Photo Legacy Box. Get your family's photos professionally scanned for as low as 7 cents, which is 76% less than what other brands charge. As the world's largest digitizer, you know you can trust Legacy Box to digitize your entire collection of 4x6 photos. Everything from the embarrassing haircut you had in the 90s to photos of your great-grandma's wedding. Visit legacybox.com/value to get 200 photos scanned starting at just $19.95. Oh, and don't forget, Legacy Box also digitizes over 15 other types of analog media. So you can get your favorite memories on VHS or Grandpa's film reels from the 40s digitized too. Take advantage of this exclusive offer on the new Photo Legacy Box today and preserve your past for as low as 7 cents. Go to legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com/value.
You're not going to want to miss this. You're not going to want to miss this. Listen to Kayal and Company Thursday morning at 8:30 for a special announcement from Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
On the day I was born, the nurses all gathered round.
Sing it, George. Kayal and Company. We are bad to the bone. It's because we believe in free speech. No coddling. No walking on eggshells. 49 days out.
Can I say one thing, too? I get a lot of trolls on Twitter that say, shocking, free speech for those who agree with you. That's not true at all. No. If people want to call in and disagree, guess what? You get moved to the front of the line.
Oh, yes.
We don't hide anything.
Yes.
Nothing. If you disagree with us, call in,
yes. Please. As we had last week, multiple callers that wanted to come after me.
How many times, has the audience gone after me? Or you, Nick?
Every hour.
Never Dawn.
Never Dawn. Why would they? How could they? It's ridiculous. 855-839-1210.
Dawn's back there Googling, trying to find out what the big announcement is on Thursday.
What is the big announcement on Thursday?
We shall see. Yep. Just about 49 hours from now. So I wanted to get to this story with Howard Stern and Donald Trump supporters. And, I get it. You think about Stern back in the day, in the late 80s, early 90s, mid to late 90s, his wheelhouse, terrestrial radio to satellite radio. And he used to be the guy that fought against the establishment. He was the rebellious guy. And now at this point in his career, he's done a complete 180. It's like being a professional wrestler. He went from being the bad guy to being the woke good guy, right? So I get all of that. Which one is the real Howard Stern? I don't know. It doesn't really matter. And I have no problem if Howard Stern says that he hates Donald Trump. I don't really have a problem if he says that he hates Trump supporters. But I want to point out about my experiences with Trump supporters that really, I think, bucks the narrative that the media tries to paint the picture that MAGA Republicans are like these angry, hostile, volatile individuals. And I have been around Trump supporters the entire Trump time, right? Going back to, let's call it 2016. I mean, my wife, my mother-in-law, as I've told you, she's a crazy Democrat, but all of her siblings, she's got 5 or 6 brothers and sisters, almost all of them are Trump supporters and Republicans. She's kind of the oddity of the family from a political standpoint. I moved to Nashville in 2018, the middle of Trump's tenure, 2nd year, 3rd year, obviously 4th year, and I didn't come back to Pennsylvania until 2022. And I met many Trump supporters, whether it was in Nashville or outside of Nashville, which is a blue city and a red state. I've met him in Chattanooga. I've met him in Knoxville. I've met him in Memphis and all the little suburbs and, the back road country towns that Tennessee obviously has plenty of when you leave the perimeter of Nashville. I've met Trump supporters in Georgia when I worked for Odyssey in Atlanta. I only went to Atlanta a few times during the pandemic to actually do shows in person. I was working remotely from home in Nashville. Met plenty of Trump supporters. I've had bosses at Odyssey Atlanta and Odyssey Philadelphia that are Trump supporters that will remain unnamed, that are the nicest people you will ever meet. I have met all of you at Parks, at Zlock, at Scottish Rite Auditorium. And every time I meet people, I get cookies. I get Phillies merchandise and apparel. I get a book on how to fix your golf swing. The nicest, most generous people you will meet. And every group, right, whether it's man or woman, every race, every gender, every political party has the fringe that, act up, do something wrong, and then we all sit there and say, well, all of those people are bad people. It's not really the case. I think most people of every group, of every identity, are good people. Of course, there are some that are worse, and we highlight that. But I have never, ever walked in front of a Trump supporter where they weren't just genuinely nice people. And this notion, Howard Stern, and we'll give you Howard's quotes in a minute, they're not a diverse group. Have you seen some of the Trump rallies, especially this time around? Women, Hispanic voters, African-American voters. And every time you talk to anybody, how was the first experience? What was it like at a Trump rally? Oh, everybody couldn't have been nicer. Dawn, I don't know if the only thing I've never done in going on now 8 or 9 years, I've never actually been to a Trump rally. We were invited from Margot. This was back in May after we had the interview with Trump when he did the Atlantic City rally, or not? Wildwood. And we couldn't make it because it was last minute. I was out golfing at the point. You had plans. It was a Saturday. It just wasn't going to work time wise. But I've never come into an environment where I've been around Trump supporters and they were anything but nice and gracious.
Yeah, I mean, I've been to a few rallies. That one, it was unfortunate that I wish so badly we could have gone. We had family in town, but I will say that all the rallies and just all the events, that even the one last Thursday with John Jr., I feel like, I don't know what to say. Like the first rally I went to was I came home and I said to my husband, these are my people. Like there's just, I don't know, a camaraderie that we share. And it's as if we all know each other because we're just like-minded. And so that's why it's so insulting when people say, oh, those MAGA supporters. No, we're just people. We're just, like you're saying, a diversity of people, but we just want to work. We want opportunity. We want the government to get out of our way. And we, celebrate our country and our freedom. But I think what we celebrate when we celebrate each other is just, that we love our country. We love our family. And the fact that we are painted as somehow deplorables or evil is such a cheap, low-life strategy. Because that's all they've got on the other side. They don't have the issues.
And the worst part of all of this, too, is, Trump never attacks Democrat voters. He never rips those who vote for Joe, vote for Kamala, voted for Hillary. Yet the other way around, it's the Democrats and the left. Not only do they attack the politician, but they attack 74 million people. And to your point, yes, they paint them as deplorables and this and that and the other thing. Yeah, I mean, Sid Weiss's late wife, Sarah. What did she do? She I don't know, that had to be $250 worth of cookies that she bought at the bakery in Hatboro, shipped them in here for the election cookies
Sarah.
With, the Trump and the Kamala cookies. And, dropped off a food drop. The first food drop in 2 years on Kayal and Company that wasn't from an actual client was from a Trump supporter in Sarah Weiss. Such an awful human being, right? Such a terrible, deplorable person. Howard Stern says the following on Monday. By the way, very interesting. Howard Stern and Rachel Maddow both working yesterday on the same day. That's a rare day. Quote, this whole idea of you like me, you are good, and if you don't, you are bad. I've seen the victim of this, said Stern, when responding to Trump, saying that he, quote, hates Taylor Swift over the weekend on Truth Social. I don't hate Trump. I hate the people who vote for him. I think they are stupid. I do. I have no respect for them. Stern added that if half of his viewers disagree with his opinion about Trump voters, they should stop listening to his radio show. Newsflash, Howard, a lot of people did years ago. He says, quote, I'm at the end of my career, so F you and listen to another station if you don't like my views on Trump. That was Howard Stern on his show. So again, I don't know which is the real Stern. I really don't care. And certainly, he can have his opinion. I have no problem with him having an opinion on Trump or Trump voters. But I just wanted to spend a few minutes here on, the actual Trump voter, because my experience with them, being new to this format, but not new to the party in the last 8 years, is completely counter to what the media portrays and what the Democrats portray. And I would actually encourage Democrats that listen to this show to actually have a conversation with a Trump supporter. Ask them, instead of bashing them and just taking the 2 or 3 talking points that you hear from MSNBC or CNN or what Kamala tweets or what Joe says at a rally or a function, and just say, hey, what is it? What's the appeal to Trump? Why do you like him? What policies? And to what you're talking about, Dawn, and like even the guys like the Joe Rogans of the world who kind of dance around it, like you feel like they're a Trump person, and then they're like, well, no, actually, I'm endorsing Bobby Kennedy, and I'm not really endorsing Trump because they're scared of the blowback, which is weird because I thought Joe Rogan was like this fearless podcaster who just says whatever's on his mind, but yeah, he walks that back. Like the average Trump voter, like that's not super hardcore into politics, just like you said, they want the government to leave them alone. They want lower taxes, a better economy, more tough on crime, a border that's actually sealed up, and maybe no wars. Is that such a radical set of ideologies to have as a human being in this country?
No, but it goes back to, it's almost like high school. I mean, Howard Stern is so juvenile in saying this, to say, and this is what Democrats do. They want to attack people who've chosen to support Trump, chosen to be a Republican, chosen to support the policies that they like better under Trump. And so instead of attacking the policy, instead of looking at that, it's, oh no, why would you hang out with that weirdo? He's a loser. I mean, it's really juvenile, and it's high school. It's really the definition of a bully.
Mm-hmm.
And in this country, we're supposed to have free speech. We're supposed to vote for who we believe in. But this is the attitude of people in the media, of celebrities, of Howard Stern, who, by the way, Stern's shtick does not age too well. I think that's why he's tried to scrub a lot of it from the internet.
Well, and look, I don't know if this is like calculated strategy. If they look at whatever their metrics are and they say, "Oh, we get a ratings bump when we bash Trump," or Howard gets bombastic about his hate for Trump voters. I have no idea what the motive behind it is. I get it; he's an entertainer; he's putting on a production. But like just the bashing of the Trump supporter all the time, I'm so tired of hearing it.
Yeah, but didn't he appear on the magazine cover with the kittens? I think he's actually the cat lady that J.D. Vance was talking about. Lost all of his testosterone.
Well, and I'm glad you brought that up because it's so many of these people that I grew up, watching in the 90s, whether it's, Howard Stern's radio show late at night on TV at 11 o'clock in the summer, whether it's the Keith Olbermanns that I grew up watching on SportsCenter on ESPN in the 90s, all of these people that were like counterculture and you thought they were entertaining and cool, and now all of a sudden it's like complete role reversal. They're the biggest snowflakes on the planet now, or at least they pretend to be for whatever motivation is behind it. And here I am at 40 and I feel like old man, get off my lawn. I've gotten more conservative as I've aged, and these people have reverted the opposite way and have gone from being like anti-establishment to just peddling whatever they're told to say. I think that's the most nauseating part of it. Like, do you think Howard Stern would have been talking about Pfizer and all this stuff that we've seen the last 4 years in 1992?
Yes, he's always been a germaphobe.
He's like a Howie Mandel.
I mean, it's just like his shtick hasn't changed, guys. I mean, it has in the fact, Donna's right. He's like a lot of the stuff that he, used to do, he's not doing anymore. But a lot of that is because of his age. And I'm not sitting here defending him.
Does he do the X-rated stuff still anymore?
No. All I'm saying is that he's had outrageous opinions for 40 years. Mm-hmm. It's nothing new. That's what he does. So if you don't like it, I know what you're getting at, Nick. You're trying to paint a different picture for Trump supporters, but this is what guys like him want. They want a reaction. You know what I mean? That's the business we're all in, to get reactions from people.
I get it.
Or to state our opinions.
Yep.
So he has an opinion that you don't agree with. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Don't listen to him. I don't know.
But this is the part, and it's the timing that bothers me. And this is the other part of the story that I think has kind of been lost in his bashing of Trump supporters. This is more of the Hitler rhetoric. So later in the segment, this is a courtesy of Outkick. A caller calls in and claimed Trump uses the same strategy of communication regarding immigrants as Adolf Hitler did the Jews during the Holocaust. Stern said, quote, "I couldn't agree more. Quote, it is the same playbook. We have seen it before in history." Stern responded to comparisons between Trump and Hitler. Hitler was perceived as a clown in Germany, like Trump in the U.S. These are Stern's quotes. He was one of these buffoonish characters. Then he won an election, and that was the end of Germany. You know, that's the part, like, so the guy almost got shot again. So Howard Stern, a day later on his radio show, making the comparisons again to Hitler. Forget threat to democracy and some of the other verbiage that we hear out there. He immediately goes Hitler. And this is where I call out the most obvious hypocrisy here. And I really can't wrap my head around whether it's an entertainer or just an average civilian. If you are Jewish, which Howard Stern is, how do you really have the gumption to sit there and call somebody Hitler that has never killed one Jewish person? After Hitler tried to exterminate and eradicate an entire population, he killed over 6 million Jews. So it's bad enough that anybody says that because we know Trump's not Hitler. But when you are Jewish and claim that Trump is Hitler, like, don't you have to have a moment with yourself behind closed doors where you sit down and you say, he's really not Hitler. He's really not. Right? Like, you're Jewish. How do you say that? I don't get that. I'm not Jewish. If you are Jewish and you are listening, I would love to hear from you, whether you're pro-Trump or anti-Trump. How can you, as somebody that's Jewish, tweet us, YouTube us, whatever, how can you say somebody is Hitler as a Jew? I don't get that. I really don't. 855-839-1210 is the number. What's on the cut sheet? You will find out on the other side of Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, we're back after this on a Tuesday morning. But first, a word from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. I told you about Volkswagen yesterday. What about Mazda today? The Mazda CX-30 from my friends at Piazza Mazda. Did you know that Mazda has an extensive crossover and SUV lineup? They have something for everybody. Between the sleek CX-5, the capable CX-50, the three-row CX-90. Remember, folks, yesterday I told you, it's all about the third row. My wife talks about third rows now more than she does our kids. And now, the all-new CX-70. And there's something different for every lifestyle. Piazza Mazda of Westchester and Reading will help you find the one that is right for you with the financing that you need, perhaps as low as 0% APR for 36 months. Visit Piazza Mazda in Westchester and Reading for a personalized test drive. We'll call it the Nick Kayal Test Drive. It's personalized just for you. Or shop online at piazzamazda.com.
Upgrade your bathroom with Emmons Remodeling.
We offer custom design, build, renovation services to fit your style and budget. Our designers work closely with you to create the perfect space for you and your family.
Experience luxury and functionality with the expert team at Emmons.
So call us at 856-885-6677. Again, that's 856-885-6677, or visit us at callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, at Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
40 days to lose up to 40 plus pounds with NJ Diet. It only takes 40 days to lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds. NJ Diet uses your hair, saliva, and blood work to personalize supplements that will target your hormonal imbalances so you can lose that weight. Then NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep it off. Call Dr. T, 855-5-NJ-DIET, or go to njdiet.com. 40 days up to 40 pounds, 40 days up to 40 pounds, NJ Diet.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor. Every Saturday afternoon at 5, I talk with doctors and medical specialists from around the country to discuss the latest information about heart disease, cancer prevention, topics in women's health, pediatrics, mental health, and more. Then you can make better decisions for yourself and your loved ones. Your radio doctor, Saturdays at 5, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, because your health is your wealth.
Listen this Saturday as Penn State battles Kent State. Coverage starts at 3 p.m. on the home of Penn State football. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Here's retirement phase expert Phil Cannella with today's report.
In today's report, I'm going to talk about Medicare. Nearly 171 million workers contribute to Medicare through payroll taxes out of 327 million Americans. Approximately 58.4 million people receive Medicare benefits. In this report, I'll tell you when you should apply for Medicare and how. But first, here are the 4 parts of Medicare. Medicare Part A is hospitalization insurance, helps pay for the inpatient hospital care and certain follow-up services like skilled nursing facility care, nursing home care, and hospice care. But Medicare will not pay for custodial care. Medicare Part B is medical insurance that helps pay for doctor services, outpatient hospital care, and other medical services like ambulance services and durable medical equipment. Medicare Part C, also known as Medicare Advantage plans. These are for people with Medicare Part A and B who prefer to use a Medicare-approved private health insurance plan, which could lower monthly costs but expand your copayments. Medicare Part D helps cover the cost of prescription drugs. If you have limited income or limited resources, you may qualify for what's called extra help. In Pennsylvania, it's known as PACE. In New Jersey, it's known as PAD, P-A-A-D. According to the Social Security Administration, you should contact Social Security about 3 months prior to your 65th birthday to sign up for Medicare. The most convenient way to conduct Social Security business from anywhere at any time is to visit www.socialsecurity.gov. There you can even apply for retirement, disability, and your Medicare benefits and much more. If you don't have access to the internet, don't worry. You can simply call 800-772-1213 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
To hear more stories that will impact your financial future, join Phil Cannella and Joanne Small this Saturday at 11 a.m. on the Crash Proof Retirement Show, only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? What? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
In my ear, the things you wanna feel, I'll give you anything to feel it coming. Till you wake up on your own, I wonder where you are, and live with all your faults. I wanna wake up where you are. I won't say anything at all, so why don't you smile?
It's Kayal and Company, 7:50 live on a Tuesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Don't forget, coming up 9:45, your voicemails. You just download the free Odyssey app right next to our station logo where you tap listen live to stream the show. There's a little microphone. Tap it, speak into it, hit the send button. We'll play the best ones. Could be about Trump and Vance, Kamala and Joe. Could be about the Eagles. Could be about something some YouTuber said in the chat about Greg Stocker or Howard Stern. We just don't know. We just don't know. But we'll play them all because free speech lives here. All right, 7:51. Let's find out what Stocker has lined up for a Tuesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
What's on the Cut Sheet on this Tuesday, sponsored by Cherry Hill Volvo. Enjoy back-to-school savings on a 36-month lease of a C40 for $369 per month. Down payment, taxes, and registration fees due at inception, except no taxes on the C40 in New Jersey. Visit Cherry Hill Volvo today. Thank you, Cherry Hill Volvo, for sponsoring the Tuesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. Yesterday, acting United States Secret Service Director Ronald Rowe held a press conference. And what I think, one of the things he said a lot of things. We have a all the cuts, but I want to zero in on one of the things he said, where he said there could be, quote, another geopolitical event that puts the U.S. into a, quote, kinetic conflict.
Yeah. Warning sign. Spoiler alert. There's still 49 days to go.
Saying the United States Secret Service members are quote, redlining.
Yeah.
Phil, this is cut 6, or I'm sorry, this is cut 16. Cut 16, go.
I have ordered a paradigm shift. The Secret Service's protective methodologies work, and they are sound, and we saw that yesterday. But the way we are positioned right now in this dynamic threat environment...
Stop it.
It's working?
Yeah. You can get within 300 to 500 yards of a former president who, oh, by the way, is already been shot at, 2 months earlier. I would say it's not working. I mean, if you want to split hairs and say, well, at least this time around the shooter didn't get a shot fired. Okay, I guess technically you improved a little bit. And, oh, by the way, the first time around, he got within 140 yards. So I guess incrementally they're starting to get back to doing a good job. Sorry.
Isn't there a report you mentioned in the Big Take this morning about all the failures that happened on July 13th?
Josh Hawley just released the whistleblower report, the official document. It's on his Twitter feed and it's on every website if you want to read it. And he highlighted every single one of them.
If you want to hear that, it's in the Big Take this morning from 6:15. Just go back on the Odyssey app and hit the rewind section, and you can hear that if you missed it this morning. Okay, Phil, you can keep going.
It has given me guidance to say, you know what? We need to look at what our protective methodology is. We need to get out of a reactive model and get to a readiness model. There could be another geopolitical event that could put the United States into a kinetic conflict or some other issue that may result in additional responsibilities and protectees of the United States Secret Service. And so we are working, we are making information available to all of our partners. And I just want to say that the commitment of Congress to the Secret Service throughout the years has been tremendous. And we will continue to work with them and Secretary Mayorkas, whose support in making sure that we're getting what we need has been phenomenal. He is one of our biggest champions and our advocate. And so we're having these conversations, and I feel confident that we will get what we need. We have immediate needs. We have future needs, too. I need to make sure that our counter snipers are the best trained counter snipers in the world, that they are exactly doing what we need them to do, and that they match counterparts in the military and Tier 1 forces. And right now, we are working with Congress to make sure that we get those for our training facility. We also have a necessary need to make sure that we're getting the personnel that we have. And that requires us to be able to have the funding to be able to hire more people. You can't just give me money and say, hey, we're going to make sure that everybody gets overtime. Because the men and women of the Secret Service right now, we are redlining them. And they are rising to this moment, and they are meeting the challenges right now. And if you look back at their body of work over the last 60 days, the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee, the Republican National Convention in Chicago, a visit of Prime Minister Netanyahu to Washington, D.C., and to West Palm Beach, which Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office supported. And then we go into the presidential debate in Philadelphia last week. And for those in the media that have been to a national special security event, if you saw the National Constitution Center last week, what you saw was pretty much a mini national special security event with the number of assets that were on that perimeter. Okay. And so our folks are rising to this moment, but it requires all of us to be able to have good conversations and make sure that we're getting the Secret Service where it needs to be. And I'm confident that we will achieve that.
He's like He's like Nick Sirianni.
I was just going to say that.
After last night's game.
Well, I got 4 out of my 6 decisions correct, but I did have 2 gaffes. But here's the ones that actually panned out.
Yep.
No, July 13th didn't pan out. September 15th didn't pan out. And that is Ronald Rowe, the empty suit who is now replacing fired, resigned, disgraced Kimberly Cheadle, who faced all the heat and the pressure after the failures of July 13th. So let's pinpoint and zero in here on some of his verbiage. Geopolitical event and kinetic conflict. Okay, well, what are you telling us, boss? Are there more threats out there? Yeah. Are there more attempts being made? Because I said an hour ago that if you end up letting this guy get killed, you're going to have a kinetic conflict, a geopolitical event. And ask yourself, is that what they want? Is that what this is all about? And by the way, did you know that the American federal budget for 2024 is $5.6 trillion? Oh my God. $5.6 trillion.
Yeah.
So you got this big war chest, right? And you got $5.5 trillion sitting in it. I have no idea what dollar amount gets allocated to Secret Service protection, but how about we stop some of the absurd stuff like car charging ports for 7 of them that don't work across the country, and you spend $8 billion on it. How about you just maybe invest more resources to Donald Trump's Secret Service detail? I don't know. Maybe if he's on hole 6, he should feel like by the time he gets to hole 12, he's safe and secure.
I will say that for Ron Rowe Jr., he inherited this hot mess, right? So they're having a major shakeup right now.
Yeah.
And this is a result of a couple things that we've been through. First of all, defund the police, but also DEI the police, DEI the military and law enforcement. And so I think that they have to evaluate that. And we talked about it. We saw the images, and it was embarrassing for me as a woman, and I felt for the one Secret Service agent, July 13th, and they did a whole thing. You had a bad day because she's trying to holster her firearm, her sidearm, and she can't do it. And it's like, oh my God.
It's the worst.
It was the worst. And that's just it. You insult competent women when you just hire people because of the way they look, right, or their gender, their ethnic, whatever. You insult that group of people because I want the most bad A, the Game of Thrones soldier woman with the blonde hair who's like 7 feet tall. Like if you're right, you want the toughest, biggest, most competent woman or man in that job. And so the fact that they DEI'd it, they really lowered the standard by doing that.
And, I know you highlighted how Ronald Rowe is, he's stepped into the hot mess. He's in cleanup damage control mode. But you know what? Honestly, it doesn't really matter who's in that role, whether it's Ronald Rowe, Ronald McDonald. It doesn't matter. They're all empty suits. Yeah. And if the whole thing is tainted and as corrupt as we all believe it is, meaning the FBI, and, you heard Vivek say, oh, we could get rid of like 40% of FBI jobs, the desk people, the bureaucrats. Obviously, you keep the ones that protect people and things like that and thwart, terrorism attempts. But I mean, seriously, if the agency is just littered with corrupt skunks, then I have no. Why should I give Ronald Rowe the benefit of the doubt? Is he really any different than Kimberly Cheadle?
Well,
that would be just my counter to that. But.
I don't know, but I think that it's a hot mess right now, and that's why we need leadership. And the problem is that we now learn that for Kimberly Cheadle, that she made her way through the ranks, was a favorite of First Lady Jill Biden, and then promoted. That's not the way to promote people. To say, oh, well, remember, she was the nice young lady and she liked our dog and played, you know what I mean? Like, really? And that's the qualification. So let's get back to high quality leadership, putting the best, promoting the best people within these jobs and making sure that they know what they're doing.
Yep. I agree.
Ronald Rowe says that the would-be assassin did not have a line of sight on Trump. So I guess we have that to hang our hats on.
Yes.
Cut 4, Phil, go.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yesterday afternoon, this country was reminded of the heightened and dynamic threat environment that the United States Secret Service and its protectees face on a daily basis. Immediately following the assassination attempt of former President Donald J. Trump on July 13th, the Secret Service moved to increase assets to an already enhanced security posture for the former president. In the days that followed, President Biden made it clear that he wanted the highest levels of protection for former President Trump and for Vice President Harris. The Secret Service moved to sustain increases in assets and the level of protection sought. And those things were in place yesterday. At approximately 1:30 p.m., former President Trump was playing golf during an off-the-record movement to the Trump International Golf Course. a Secret Service advance agent supporting the front edge of the agency's layered approach to protection, encountered an individual attempting to secrete himself in the wood line. This happened,
Wow.
the alleged gunman was on the public side of the fence near the 6th green. A layered approach of security is integral to the Secret Service's protective methodologies. And it's also the key to our success. As former President Trump was moving through the 5th fairway across the course and out of sight of the 6th green, the agent, who was visually sweeping the area of the 6th green, saw the subject armed with what he perceived to be a rifle and immediately discharged his firearm. The subject, who did not have line of sight to the former president, fled the scene. He did not fire or get off any shots at our agent.
There you go.
Okay, so I don't really think that should make you feel any better by any stretch. So for those, and if you're a golfer, you understand what I'm laying out, but I'll just assume for the sake of conversation, most people do not play golf. So if Trump is in the 5th fairway, I mean, let's say he's got another 150, 200 yards to get to the 5th green. Once he finishes playing the 5th hole, depending on the layout of that course, the 6th tee box could be 12 yards away. Or it could be 1,000 yards and he has to drive over a bridge, over a creek, through a neighborhood, through homes, whatever, to get to the next tee box. So the guy in the woods, in the shrubs, is around the 6th green. So if you just kind of figure out the normal pace of play, Donald Trump would have been within shooting range, at point blank range probably, within 15 to 20 minutes. And knowing Trump, he plays golf really quick. And he's moving, he's motorized, zipping around, probably plays an 18-hole round in 2.5 hours. That Trump was going to encounter Ryan Ruth in probably less than 20 minutes. So, okay, maybe at that moment when that guy was scouting out the next hole, he saw that guy and gratefully he did. But he wasn't with it. They're almost trying to sound like he was not in danger. He was, so we're talking in July 13th of Butler, 4 millimeters, 2 millimeters, something like that, an inch and a half away from dying. And this time around could have very well have been 20 minutes. And also think about this as well. Thomas Matthew Crooks was, looking down at a bunch of people. There's people behind Trump on the stage. You're out there on a golf course. You're like a sitting duck.
Yeah. Yeah,
you think Trump was a sitting duck in front of that podium in Butler. Imagine if he's just going up to mark his ball on the green. And there's, he literally is like a deer just trotting out onto the fairway.
It was an off-the-record golf outing, so how did everybody know that, Ruth. Yes, I know it's Ruth. I just like to say Ralph.
Why do these people got to spell things so terribly?
How did he know he was there? This was cut 7, Phil. Go.
The sheriff mentioned about the highest level of protection that they would lock down the golf course. Was that a miscommunication then, being that President Biden ordered the highest level of protection?
Do you want to take the sheriff? Or go ahead. Okay. So here's the deal. When it comes to Secret Service protection, we provide the highest level. So, for example, yesterday, counter-assault team elements. I'm not going to go into the number of personnel that we have out there, but we have the highest levels from Secret Service. When we work with the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office, for example, yesterday, during that emergency action response, we had their local tactical team assets partner with our local tactical team assets. We had their helicopter up in the air, providing us 360 and situational awareness of the overhead for if there were any potential threats coming at us. So what we did yesterday was exercise our emergency plan based on the number of tactical assets and the highest level of protection that we are providing. The sheriff and I have talked. Now, clearly, when you go down Southern Boulevard right now and you try to get over to Palm Beach and you see the robust presence that's existing outside of Mar-a-Lago.
We're there now.
Heavy uniform presence, the additional assets of the Secret Service. And for those of you that were here in 2017, when the president was in office, when you look at that footprint now and you look at it today, there's not much difference there. There is heavy uniform presence out there. And again, what I go back to is yesterday was an off-the-record movement. Off the record. And the president wasn't even really supposed to go there. It was not on his official schedule. And so we put together a security plan, and that security plan worked.
There you go.
Okay, so again, I want to know then how did Ryan Ruth just miraculously show up Saturday night as the calendar flipped over to Sunday after midnight, set up shop, have food, put his book bag there? What was he waiting for? Like Bambi to prance out on the 6th green? He just miraculously stumbled into Donald Trump?
Let's address that. This is Ronald Rowe on the Trump shooter, showing cellular data that he was in the vicinity of the golf course 12 hours before the engagement. This is cut 6. Phil, go.
Cellular data shows that the subject was in the vicinity of the golf course roughly 12 hours before the engagement with the United States Secret Service. Our investigative teams conducted a neighborhood canvass in an effort to collect and obtain relevant video footage. The subject had an active online presence, and we are going through what he posted and any searches he conducted online. In addition, we're going through media reports and public statements he made that he wanted to recruit Afghan soldiers and others to fight for Ukraine. The FBI has sent multiple requests to companies for returns on the subject's phone and social media accounts. We received several returns and are waiting on additional responses from other companies as well. Our investigative team is completing analysis of the returns and actioning leads as needed, and we anticipate continuing until the FBI knows the full totality of the subject's social media presence.
Oh, boy.
All right, so there's pre-puberty Josh Shapiro.
Stop.
That guy instills no confidence.
Oh, God. Yeah, stick him in the closet. Leave him there. Put him in the bathroom and leave him there. I mean, so first of all, let's examine, because we're hearing the phrase and the cliche now, the highest level, whether it's the FBI or the Secret Service. If this is the highest level is not good enough, okay? Because, twice in 67 days, you've had an assassination attempt on the President of the United States. And again, I want to know how Ryan Ruth just decided to get there and Donald Trump miraculously shows up.
Or, to your point, Nick, you mentioned this earlier. Phil, just run the video of cut 14, if you will. This is MSNBC talking about this that day, and they have the video, right? They have video.
You will see it. You're going to see, here's the footage of Trump zipping around in his cart, gets out, probably looking for his ball or whatever he's doing. And this is, I don't know which fairway that is or what green he's approaching, but obviously he only got to about the 5th hole. So just by common sense, he's somewhere between holes 1 and 4, and MSNBC had camera footage.
And Dawn, you said that there might just be a pool cam there.
Is there some, for rallies, for campaign rallies, generally a campaign would release a pool cam, but is there some kind of a pool feed? Are there, and I know that they're
at
looking.
His golf course?
There could be.
Wow.
This is Trump International in West Palm, and you can see Trump's all the way across the other side of the grass. So this camera is 50 yards away. 20 yards away, zoomed in. I can't really know. We don't really know.
Just to be fair, can we just say, though, that this isn't like stock footage or...
No. This is...
It says earlier, West Palm Beach, Florida.
Yes. Yeah.
So I guess...
This is him moments before it happened.
There were, when you talk to people in law enforcement, they're saying nowadays, so what they have to look at is obviously they're scouring through, Ruth's, through the suspects, all of his pings, his phone, his conversation, cell towers, but also think about Amazon trucks. All are equipped with video cameras. Now they have to think about all the different video cameras and how this guy might be somehow tracking the information. I think so. Security is a new game.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody like, if you're in Secret Service or protection, it's like you want a Ray Donovan kind of a guy.
Yeah.
Regarding Trump, you want
Good
somebody
reference.
who thinks like a criminal and thinks outside the box.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Because it's a new day and a new time.
855-839-1210. Let me grab this call. Ron is in South Jersey, and he wants to make a point about what transpired on Sunday. Ron, you go right ahead.
Good morning, guys. Really enjoy your show.
Thank you.
I heard yesterday that this guy was playing this like he was out there about 12 hours, and they never saw a car parked on the street there for 12 hours. That would be... easy to find and see, and no one paid attention to that. I'm just curious about that.
Yeah, no, Ron, you make a good point. And think about this, because we found out it was a black Nissan. An eyewitness saw the vehicle and the plate, and ultimately they apprehended this guy. I think it was 30 minutes later. So let's just take that black Nissan for a moment. You've got a Trump golf property. Okay, this is not Allentown Municipal, all right? And you've got to have a black Nissan parked on the other side of the property of the bushes, presumably on a street corner, a curb, whatever it might be, and that vehicle has gone unnoticed from 1 in the morning till the sun comes up until 1:30 in the afternoon. Secret Service shoots at this guy. He skedaddles out of the bushes, gets in the vehicle, and if it's not for the eyewitness, we don't know anything about this guy today, probably. Although this guy's been on their radar for a long time.
Yeah, I do think it's kind of odd that MSNBC had stock footage of that. Not stock footage, but footage of
Yeah, I need to know exactly what that camera is, who was filming it, and where did they get it from, everything.
What did you say about CNN, too? They had...
I read something yesterday that CNN had stopped broadcasting, and I know MSNBC had done this, because remember Rachel Maddow gave us that dissertation, we will not air Trump rallies because it's the same thing and we can't verify what he's saying. It's like, no, stop, you're not the editor. But CNN apparently had stopped airing live rallies as well, yet... for whatever reason, and I remember this because I was with my mother-in-law in Kutztown at that football game on that Saturday night of July 13th, CNN broke in live to the rally right after the shooting occurred. So either CNN does have a camera there all the time, which I'd like to think they do, and they're a news organization.
To Dawn's point, the pool cameras, right?
Right. Mm-hmm. So it's just a matter of when they decide to basically flip the switch? Is that it? Because it seems odd that
if they have, I mean, they're going to always send a reporter out there.
Yeah, of course.
In case he says something newsworthy.
Got to be some presence there, right?
Of course. But, I don't know. It is odd to me. Having an MSNBC camera, or let's just say NBC camera there, is just odd to me. Yep. Trump addressed all of this last night on Spaces. He described what happened during the most recent assassination attempt. Let's start here with cut 17, Phil. Go.
So, Mr. President, I can say that myself, like I was saying in the crypto community, and millions of Americans are relieved that you're here with us today after the second attempt on your life.
Can you stop this for a second?
National Golf Club.
Can you stop this for a second? Who's doing this interview?
Hey, I was going to say, who is that?
I'm Mr. President. I'd just like to say that I'm just happy.
Is that one of those where you can raise your hand virtually and get in to ask a question?
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe. All right. I'm sorry. I don't mean to take us off I just have to comment.
Leave the kid alone.
Sorry. Can you run us through what happened?
So I was playing golf with some of my friends. It was on a Sunday morning, and very peaceful, very beautiful weather. Everything was beautiful. It was a nice place to be. And all of a sudden we heard shots being fired in the air, and I guess probably 4 or 5. And it sounded like bullets, but what do I know about that? But Secret Service knew immediately it was bullets. And they grabbed me, and I think probably the other one, Steve is one of the people, Steve Woodcuff, a great friend of mine, a great businessman from mostly New York and Florida, great businessman, and more importantly, just a fantastic person. So we're in the group, and everybody we got into the carts and we moved along pretty good. I was with an agent, and the agent did a fantastic job. There was no question that we were off that course. I would have loved to have sank that last putt, but we decided, well, let's get out of here. And what the gunfire was actually, interestingly, was a Secret Service agent had seen a barrel of a AK-47, which is a very powerful rifle, and he started shooting at the barrel, in the bushes.
Wow.
Could only see the barrel. How good is that, right? But could only see the barrel. Based on that, he started shooting and ran toward the target and was shooting a lot of, those were the shots we heard. The other one never got a shot off. And he ran across the street and grabbed his car, hopped into his truck or car, and amazingly, a civilian in that area saw something and it looked very suspicious, and in the car, drove their car to the back of his truck of some kind and took pictures of the license plate, gave them to the sheriff's office. Sheriff Bradshaw is fantastic, very great sheriff for a long time. And within a fairly short period of time, they tracked him down on the highway. It was a pretty high-speed chase. And they ended up getting him. They got him.
You know, I want to go back to some of the specifics that Trump lays out there. So, yes, we now, based on certainly on first-hand knowledge, Trump says that the shooter never got a shot off, but it was Secret Service upon seeing the barrel fired 4 or 5 times. So we have Secret Service agents that shoot 5 times and that they don't hit the suspect? What is this, a shooting in Philly overnight that Dawn's reporting on? Just random gunfire, random bullets?
They were shooting into the bush. I guess.
I know, but
and so he goes over, he gets out of there, according to Trump, goes across the street, gets in his vehicle. No Secret Service agent was able to get to the vehicle or get to the guy until 30 minutes?
Talk to any sniper. They don't miss. They don't miss. They just don't.
But they were with him, right?
Yeah.
They had like a side. Did they have a rifle? I thought that I inferred that they have a handgun.
Okay. See, I'm thinking of the agent with Trump, riding in his cart, next to him probably.
But they don't walk around with rifles, do they?
No, I don't think so. But there might have been somebody that's positioned up further. Like, I want to know about the guy who's the go-ahead guy, the guy that goes and scouts out the next hole. I'd like to know where he was positioned, how far away he was when he saw it, if it was him or other agents that opened fire on the shooter. And to your point, Greg, I mean, these are, again, let's go back to the quote of Ronald Rowe. These are of the highest level.
Yep.
How are high-level guys go 0 for 4 or 0 for 5?
Well, and plus that, I would say this, you think about, I think about high school football games. We've got somebody operating a drone, right? Why don't you, it doesn't take another human being, another body, or much money to have a drone up ahead.
Correct.
And just monitor the perimeter that way.
Yes. And as I said in Josh Hawley's whistleblower report, they were offered, Secret Service was offered in Butler in July to have Butler use drone surveillance. And they said, no, thanks. No, thanks.
He mentioned the body camera footage when they finally captured him. The Martin County Sheriff Department released said body cam footage of the Trump assassination suspect, Ryan Routh, as he was caught. Phil, if you can run cut 8, my friend, go.
Straight back! Keep walking!
So they have him out of the car. They have his hands up. There he is with his hands up and his shirt up, and they take him in custody there.
Yeah.
So.
And he looked awfully peaceful getting arrested, didn't he? I mean, this we heard from the counterterrorism FBI expert in the Big Take that said that this guy was, in fact, according to the history of understanding these motives of these people that act, that he was politically radicalized by things such as Trump is Adolf Hitler. So yeah,
I just think the biggest question now that everybody is asking is the most important piece of this investigation that I don't see in the headlines that much. And that is, did this guy just get incredibly lucky, sit there for 12 hours? Or how did he in the world happen to be there at that moment? And yet, you look at your Big Take starting out this morning, Nick, looking at the media and the headlines in the media, victim blaming Trump as far as, well, it's your fault basically because, your rhetoric. This is the actual question, the follow-up question that the media should focus on. But where do you see people really asking that? Really, this guy got lucky? Really? That's pretty lucky.
It's just amazing. It's very hard when you look at both of these situations now and you recap both of them with the knowledge that we do have in totality that both people just got lucky, both times routine, normal, pre-event protocol not followed. I mean, come on. Have any of these protocols not been followed for Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Dr. Jill, Dougie? Remember, we go back to July. July was a busy day, right? That Saturday, July 13th, Kamala Harris, Jill Biden, and Donald Trump were all in PA. Now, when you look at the last 9 years, who would you say is the higher asset to protect based on threats made in their direction? I would argue Donald Trump. Why was he given the scrap leftovers? And you could, well, Kamala's in the current administration. Well, Dr. Jill. I got that.
Yeah.
But I'm sorry, when you have a $5.6 trillion budget, why don't you shift some of those dollars around?
Trump on a little bit more from the shooting. That I believe this is the first time he's spoken out publicly about this. I know he's posted stuff to Truth and stuff, but this is the first time he's spoken out about this publicly. He did it last night on Spaces. This is cut 18. Phil, go.
And backup question to that second fold is, this was the second attempt in your life in under 2 months. What do you make of that?
Well, there's a lot of rhetoric going on. Right. A lot of people think that the Democrats, when they talk about threat to democracy and all of this, and it seems that both of these people were radical lefts. The first one, they should learn more about. They have apps that they haven't opened yet, which is pretty strange. And the father went out and got the biggest lawyer in the state of Pennsylvania, which is pretty strange, about the father of the shooter. We're talking about in Butler, the first one. And that's pretty strange. There are a couple of pretty strange things going on there. I can say this, the Secret Service was very brave in the sense that bullets were flying, and when I went down, I purposely went down, I saw what was happening, and people are probably screaming. I'm not sure if I recognize that, but I went down, and Secret Service, they were right there with bullets flying right at them, and they weren't hit, but three other people were, Corey, a firefighter, and two other gentlemen who they thought died. And actually the doctors in Butler were unbelievable. They saved their lives. And we've actually raised a lot of money for the families, and the family of Corey and the two gentlemen. And they both lived. They thought they were dead. The first thing I asked when I came up, I said, how many people are dead? Because we had a massive crowd. And with all those bullets flying, so 3 got hit. But there was a great display of bravery. I mean, it was incredible. Normally, the crowd experts will tell you when they hear bullets, and we heard a lot of bullets going off.
Right.
A crowd this was a massive crowd. You couldn't even see the end of it in a big field. And that the crowd always runs. They call it a stampede, like cattle. I mean, they stampede, and a lot of people get killed when they stampede. But they hear bullets, but nobody ran.
They all stayed.
Tens of thousands of people. Nobody ran. In fact, you can see it in the small group behind me. There was a group of probably a couple of hundred people behind me, and nobody ran. In fact, they're standing up. Some of them are standing up looking for the shooter. The other one has to get credit to local law enforcement. It was a gentleman that shimmied up to the roof, saw the man with a gun, and probably made him go faster than he would normally go, and so he didn't exactly hit the target the way he wanted. There's something going on. I mean, perhaps it's God wanting me to be president to save this country.
All right, so that was a very interesting conversation there. I had a call and he dropped, but I was just researching this because I wanted to take his call in regards to Trump. So if you dropped off and you were of the opinion that Trump is always golfing on a Sunday, I forget your name, but you were on my board. Well, Trump might always golf on a Sunday, but I just looked it up. Donald Trump owns 16 golf courses worldwide, ranging from obviously Bedminster, New Jersey, Pine Hill, New Jersey, which is technically the Philadelphia club, all the way down to Charlotte, to Florida, to Los Angeles, to overseas across the pond. So if you're going to try to argue, if you want to find Trump on a Sunday, you could probably find him at a golf course. Okay, well if he's got 17, what are the odds of you finding the exact course that he's on at the exact time? I mean, come on. Let's be real.
I'll also point out that even though we're reporting this as the second assassination attempt, let us not forget that about a month after the July 13th assassination attempt, after July 13th, we learned in August that on July 12th, one day before, a man who's charged with murder for hire from Iran, or with Iranian ties, was arrested and is charged with murder for hire and wanted to take out Trump.
Yeah.
So technically, 2 people are under arrest, accused in wanting to be a hitman to kill Trump. One, they shot and killed as he was, opening fire on Trump. We have 3.
Yeah. Think about this. I mean, you don't know if Iran wants you dead, your own federal government wants you dead, the Democrats want you dead. Is it just the crazies that happen to get lucky? Again, I don't think it's lucky, but they're certainly crazy, because if you're Thomas Matthew Crooks or you're Ryan Ruth, sane people with firearms don't do things like this.
Joy Reid last night felt the need to make this about race. She wanted to point out that both the would-be Trump assassins were, quote, not minorities. Cut 19, Phil, go.
We are learning more about what the FBI is calling an apparent assassination attempt on Donald Trump yesterday. It's the second attempt in 9 weeks, and in both cases, the individuals were not minorities, undocumented immigrants, or someone from Haiti or Venezuela. Nope, they were white guys with guns. They were both registered Republicans. In fact, the suspect from this weekend's incident, who has been identified as 58-year-old Ryan Wesley Ruth, voted for Trump in 2016 before apparently becoming disillusioned with him. Ruth made his first appearance in a Florida courtroom this morning, charged with illegal possession of a firearm by a convicted felon and possession of a weapon with an obliterated serial number. He has an extensive criminal record in North Carolina that includes a 2002 conviction for possessing a weapon of mass destruction, a machine gun. Strangely enough, Ruth was actually interviewed by the New York Times last year about his vocal support for Ukraine in its war against Russia, a war he attempted to fight in, but he says he was rejected by Ukraine's military because he was too old.
So again, this is what happens when you live in the identity bubble, identity politics bubble that people like Joy Reid live in. They immediately want to know all of the identity politics of a suspect or a victim, regardless of the motive. To me, this is so obvious and apparent. Number one, this guy's mentally ill. And number two, it is the same rhetoric that we hear over and over. So if this guy is clearly out to lunch, as we like to say, and you hear for 8 years about how bad Trump is, and these people never take a stinking day off, what happens? Eventually the crazy people act. And I don't care if he's a Republican, if he's white, if he's black, if he's a Democrat. That really shouldn't matter. It's what manifested and built and got to the point where this guy, no different than a school shooting. That, what do we see all the time? We've seen for the last 2 years of this show. How many school shootings have occurred because of somebody that is going through a mental health breakdown that happens to, oh, by the way, identify in the LGBTQ crowd? And what have we always heard from the Democrats? What do? The LGBTQ community is under attack. So if you feel like you're constantly under attack and you might be dealing with mental issues, what happens? You erupt like Mount Vesuvius.
Hillary Clinton was the guest on Rachel Maddow's program last night.
Well, they had all the big guns out last night. Rachel, Hillary, Joy.
Hillary needed to bring up the fact that Trump says that he wants to be a dictator on day one. I don't know how helpful this is. Cut 20. I don't know how helpful she is for the liberals, but cut 21, Phil, go.
Americans need to understand that they have to take Trump both seriously and literally. He has said what he wants to do. He and his allies with Project 2025, his desire to be a dictator, at least on day one, all of that is in the public record.
Okay, so again, we have the fair line of Project 2025. I mean, again, I feel like I'm just repeating myself. It's like, how many times does he have to say that he is not in any way, shape, or form connected directly with Project 2025? He's even gone as far as saying he doesn't know anything about it. I don't know if I believe that, but I don't. Here's the thing. Hillary Clinton and all of these hacks, and by the way, when you say not great for the liberal cause, you say Hillary or Rachel Maddow, just to clarify.
No, Hillary Clinton needs to... I mean, if Rachel Maddow's goal is to get Kamala Harris elected, and I assume that's what it is.
Yes.
Trotting Hillary Clinton out all the time does not help her cause.
So let's actually stay on that path, because I think that's the more interesting path instead of regurgitating all the debunked stuff from Hillary. I don't know, and I said this yesterday with Joe Biden doing the tour for HBCUs and the NABJ. If I'm Kamala Harris, just from a pure objective look from 30,000 feet above, I don't need Joe or Hillary. I mean, first of all, Hillary lost 8 years ago, so I don't know what she thinks she can actually offer or run on, other than the fact that she apparently told Kamala to get under the skin of Trump at the debate, which apparently worked. But Joe Biden, I mean, the guy got replaced. The guy was losing massive support with the black voter. You think Joe's going to get that back for you now as the black candidate?
Yeah.
I think that's a major miscalculation.
And if your whole mantra on the campaign trail is turn the page, we saw that cringe Gwen Walls clip from yesterday with the crazy eyes where she's like, turn the page, turn the page, turn the page. Like, if you're turning the page, like, turn the page on Hillary and Biden.
I know. Yes, you want to turn the page on the Trump era, and you're bringing out one guy who's older than Trump.
Yep.
And the lady that he beat 8 years ago.
One more Hillary Clinton clip here. She calls for criminal charges and civil penalties against Americans who engage in spreading propaganda. I think there's a word for this. Cut 20, Phil. Go.
Just as Mueller indicted a lot of Russians who were engaged in direct election interference and boosting Trump back in 2016. But I also think there are Americans who are engaged in this kind of propaganda. And whether they should be civilly or even in some cases criminally charged is something that would be a better deterrence.
Wow.
So let's go through the companies that spread misinformation. ABC News, CBS News, CNN, MSNBC, the New York Times, the USA Today, the Wall Street Journal, the Washington Post, Politico, Huffington Post, NPR, Newsweek. Speaking of Newsweek, let me just read this tweet from Newsweek. I thought this was amazing. And we talk about people having their lives almost snatched away from them and, who's to blame. This was Newsweek back in October of 2023. It was actually October 1st, 2023. Headline: Trump supporters highly likely to try to kill people in 2024. That's the headline of a column written by Thomas Kayal, K-A-K-A. Trump supporters highly likely to try to kill people in 2024. Well, here we are 9.5 months into 2024, and it seems to me like it's Donald Trump that's on the receiving end of possible death.
Sorry, Don.
But you think about how the media is complicit. I always am saying this, that you have this, you talked about Howard Stern. You think about the so-called mainstream media. You think about the celebrities and as well the progressive far left and their talking points. They're all saying that not only is Trump dangerous to democracy, but those who support Trump, those voters, those Americans who support Trump. Think about that right now. Mm-hmm. And so who is the one with the hate has no home here sign in their front yard who is seemingly encouraging action against these individuals because, they're dangerous, they're scary, they're weird.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's terrible.
Yep. On the same line of the policing speech, which is something that is in my wheelhouse, and getting back to what she said about people being charged for spreading misinformation and all that stuff. You guys, know me. I hate spreading misinformation
or falling for things on social media.
I absolutely hate it. I will call it out whenever I see it. I do my best to fact check things before I say them or can get we them out stop there. Getting our news from Twitter? But also, I don't think that who is determining what's fake
I know.
And what's not. That's the scary thing.
Yes, that's state-run media right there.
Yep.
That's what you get in China and other countries that take away your free speech rights and tell you what you see on the TV or what you read in the paper is true. This goes back, and maybe we'll play more of these clips and we'll do a big take on it again tomorrow and go back into it. But this is where they are losing their mind because they don't have 100% control over the narrative and the dissemination of information anymore. Elon Musk purchasing X has allowed other viewpoints to be out there. Whether they're accurate or not is not up for the government to decide and or punish people by saying, oh, that's not real, you're going to jail.
Sarah Haynes from The View yesterday kind of expounded on this a little bit. She said, the one step before violence is hate speech, and we have no regulation because of the First Amendment. She almost sounds disgusted by the fact that we can't regulate any of this, or hate speech, or whatever you call it, because of that pesky First Amendment. Cut 9, Phil. Go.
Well, we have to elevate our rhetoric. That's the problem. Is for like 10 years, there's been a normalizing of, he or she didn't mean that, or they were just speaking that way. The way our politicians are speaking right now, we never would have seen that 20 years ago. There's a point where there's an out of bounds, and there's no longer bounds at all. People will say and do anything. And it's not just on the national level, this trickle down, if we're seeing it in politicians, but somehow that's come all the way down, and a lot of that's due to technology and social media, the reach. Yeah. There's always hate speech. There's always been awful things said, but now the reach of that hate speech is great. There are countries, even in Europe, that have created like the no hate speech movement, which the one step before violence is that hate speech. And we have no regulation because we live in a country that, I understand, values the First Amendment, but there's got to be a way that, whether it's regulating social media, that communities have to come together and change this.
Well, I mean, first of all, if you want to be fair, if you look at where the rhetoric comes from, I mean, just seriously, look at the left with the inflammatory. I mean, I don't know of any Republicans calling anybody on the Democrat side of the party Hitler, which actually might be more applicable considering they've taken such a hardline stance on being pro-Gaza and pro-Hamas and against Israel and against the Jewish people. I mean, they made Bibi Netanyahu wait to talk to Kamala behind closed doors. She wasn't even present. But yes, when you talk about hate speech, doesn't mean there's not consequences. There are consequences for your hate speech. But here's what is so frustrating about this when it pertains to the First Amendment, specifically with social media. If you don't like what you see, leave. Right? The Democrats, think about this for a second. They shout from the hilltops, if Trump gets reelected, I'm leaving the United States. Yet they don't like something on social media, so they stick around. If you don't like what X is, or what Rumble is, or what Truth is, then go back to the safe space. Go to Facebook. Hang out in Metaverse. That's fine. Nobody's forcing you to be there, right?
One more on the Trump assassin. Martin County Sheriff William Snyder yesterday openly suggested the possibility of a broader conspiracy in a press conference discussing the capture of Ryan Routh, a would-be assailant arrested with an assault rifle in a failed assassination attempt of former President Donald Trump. This is cut 10. Phil, go.
How was he driving when we saw him? He was smart. He was just driving with the flow of traffic. Yeah, I think that he may have thought he got away with it. Of course, he couldn't have known that there was a witness who really did the right thing, took a picture of him, took a picture of the tag. He was just going to drive himself back to wherever he came from.
Did he have any, to your knowledge, any ties to Martin County or the Treasure Coast?
Yeah, to my knowledge, does he have any ties to Martin County? I think the answer, to my knowledge, the answer is no, I have no knowledge. I think what we're finding out, he's not from this area, which of course raises the bigger question is, how does a guy from not here get all the way to Trump International, realize that the president, former president of the United States, is golfing, and is able to get a rifle in that vicinity? I think that's the question the FBI, the Secret Service are laser focused on today. Is this guy part of a conspiracy? Is he a lone gunman? If he's a lone gunman, President Trump is that much safer because we have him. But if he's part of a conspiracy, then this whole thing really takes on a very ominous tone.
And Sheriff, you mentioned the witness.
There he is, Martin County Sheriff, really echoing the sentiments I had in the big take this morning. It's just purely too coincidental that guy would be there Saturday night at 1 a.m. when Donald Trump, so we need to find out, when was the decision made for Donald Trump to play golf at Trump International?
Yep.
Was that made Saturday night at 7 p.m.?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If so, then how between 7 p.m. on Saturday night, hypothetically, and 1 a.m. Saturday night into Sunday morning does this guy set up shop? And what was the communication? what were the details of I want to know, forget the fact that the cell phone data shows he was in behind those bushes for 12 hours. I want to know where he was throughout the day Saturday. And I hope we get that information. Remember, when Thomas Matthew Crooks first happened, we got more and more information. Well, he was spotted back by the barn. Then he was over here. Then he was out of sight. I want to know, because you can track everybody with cell phones, what was this guy doing throughout the day, Saturday and into Saturday evening? And I really want to know when Trump actually made that decision to go golf, because my sense is that something happened and there was communications relayed. But then again, when you have the highest level people out there, as Mr. Rose says, the highest of the high.
I just think it is chilling to me that we know, for example, because Chris Wray, the FBI director, has held news conferences, answered questions about the fact that at least 100 of these people listed on as terrorists are in this country, and they know that. They caught hundreds, but there's still at least 100 that they know of that are out there. And then you have the guy who is charged but remains missing, who wanted to take out Bolton. Remember that story?
Yep.
And so that was a year ago. That was last summer. So where's that guy? So in other words, we know that these threats are active, and we know that the one guy they arrested and charged as the hitman, who was caught in Texas, that guy, as you know, trying to hire people, had all kinds of cash. The guy in the Bolton case had $300,000. That was what he was offering. So the question too is this money. How was Ryan Ruth funded? Where did he get his money? They have to look at any kind of money wired into his account. And by the way, we still don't have the confirmation, and I suspect that's what we're going to get later this month, about the 20-year-old who is dead in that mysterious situation where the local Pennsylvania coroner never got a crack at the autopsy. What about his accounts and any money, potential offshore accounts, etc.? So there are a lot of questions here, but the bottom line is when you look at all of this, the fact that they just seem like Dukes of Hazzard, like, oh, well, I guess he wants to go golfing, so let's walk along. It just doesn't. It doesn't sit right.
It's too cavalier, right?
It doesn't sit right with any of us.
No, of course not.
Follow your instincts,
and I think, and maybe you said the numbers, but I read yesterday that this Ruth guy had a job where he was only being paid about $3,000 a month, and apparently had no savings.
Yeah.
So how's this guy zipping around from Hawaii to Carolina down to Florida?
I hear Hawaii is actually really cheap to live in.
Yeah.
It's like one of those states that it's really affordable.
Right, it's like Arkansas.
Yeah, exactly.
855-839-1210. John is in Roxborough. John, you go right ahead, sir.
Hey, what's going on, guys? I just had a question, really. You mentioned propaganda, and if I'm not mistaken, didn't Obama repeal some kind of law where the media can use propaganda?
I mean, the media has always been propagandists, and it's just been accelerated, I think, a lot in the last 10 to 15 years. I don't know specifically what law you're talking about. I guess we could look that up. And I wanted to take that because it actually ties into this tweet. Ill Skill says they need to fix the libel laws so the news can't slander people that would help with misinformation. That's another thing I would like to take a look at, because it is very difficult to find somebody guilty of slander, libel, and defamation. Those cases typically don't have a high success rate, but the cavalier nature in which we just slander people, especially on social media where there's no consequences, right? Like, we all deal with trolls and haters, and I mute them or I block them. But, the amount of people that say stuff out there that's truly defaming about somebody with zero proof to confirm it, I'd like to re-examine that.
Let me just say what this guy was talking about. So the claim is that former President Obama signed a law in 2012 allowing government propaganda in the U.S. and making it perfectly legal for the media to purposely lie to the American people.
He didn't sign it.
It's false. In 2013, Obama signed legislation that changed the U.S. Information and Educational Exchange Act of 1948, also known as the Smith-Mundt The Smith-Mundt Act, the amendment made it possible for some materials created by the U.S. Agency for Global Media, the nation's foreign broadcasting agency, to be disseminated in the United States.
Okay.
So it was a post that was circulating on Facebook that is not true.
Yeah.
So,
and much like Twitter, not everything on Facebook is true either.
It was, by the way, it was a bipartisan. That was bipartisan legislation.
Okay.
And again, I say this all the time. Like I am not for people putting out false information or things, but like it's our job as American citizens to be a little bit more informed and do a little research on it. The end.
I agree.
Not the government's to, police it.
Yep. Let the marketplace of ideas play out however it plays out via the research and due diligence of the people. 855-839-1210. Come back, put a bow on the 8 o'clock hour, a big 3 from Dawn, and then the Trump-Vance campaign with all of the receipts. We'll get to that, as well as a few other off-the-radar stories. It's Kayal and Company as we get closer to the 9 o'clock hour here on a Tuesday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with such precision, such care, from custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes to storage solutions. Kitchen Magic gets the job done fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation. Go to kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien high-efficiency tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
You can live out your MasterChef dreams when you find a professional on Angie to tackle your dream kitchen remodel. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
Following is a paid commercial message.
I'm Kamala Harris. Here's a few things I believe. Middle-class families, like the one I grew up in, they want common sense solutions. You want lower prices and lower taxes. I believe you want to just not get by, but you want to get ahead. We must create an opportunity economy where everyone has a chance to get a car loan, buy a home, start a business. And I believe we can make that happen.
Kamala Harris's plan? Bring down costs by cracking down on corporate price gougers. Make homeownership more affordable for families. A middle-class tax cut for 100 million Americans. And make sure billionaires and big corporations pay their fair share so you can keep more of the money you've earned.
Instead of being focused on the politics of the past, we need to be thinking about the future and how we make it better for families like yours. I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Harris for President.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
This is a commercial for California Psychics, America's most trusted psychic network. So, if you're waiting for a sign, this is it. No, really. This is it. You won't see your soulmate's face in the clouds or your career path mapped out in your cappuccino foam. This really is it. We could add some dramatic sound effects if you'd like. So what you waiting for? Experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. When you use Angie for your home projects, you know all your jobs will be done well. Roof repair? Done well. Kitchen sink install? Done well. Deck upgrades? Done well. Electrical upgrade? Done well. Angie's been connecting homeowners with skilled pros for nearly 30 years, so we know the difference between done and done well. Hire high-quality, certified pros at Angie.com.
You're not going to want to miss this. You're not going to want to miss this. Listen to Kayal and Company Thursday morning at 8:30 for a special announcement from Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
$8:52, Kayal and Company, as we continue.
A lot of GNR today. You'll find out why at 9:50.
Okay. Always a rhyme, always a reason. Today in music history coming up 1 hour from now. Your voicemails before then. Cut sheet part due. The movie clip, Dawn's Big Three to kick off the 9 o'clock hour. And, of course, your calls. 855-839-1210. Yes, big announcement coming up 8:30. I can rule out one possibility. Ron DeSantis is not doing overnights. That will not be the big announcement with the station. And that's all I can tell you for now.
Yeah. Thursday, 8:30. Make sure you're tuned in here to hear what the big announcement is.
That's right. So really, for the next 3 mornings, 8:30 appointment listening. We've got Bruno tomorrow at 8:30. Big announcement Thursday at 8:30. Sean Farish Friday at 8:30.
Wow, 8:30 is really the time to be here.
It is. It is. Some would argue that 7:45 to 8:30, the heart of morning drive.
Heart.
855.
And by the way, if you want to bid on the golf outing for with Nick Kayal, you can still do that. Go to 1210WPHT.com. Also, if you're watching in the YouTube chat, I think I put the link up there. Phil, if you can pin the link up there again on the YouTube chat again. But the bidding starts. All the money goes to the American Cancer Society.
Yep.
Bid on a threesome of golf
Yes.
with Nick Kayal at the Huntington Valley Golf Club next Monday.
I can't guarantee you Secret Service protection.
No.
But I can guarantee you there'll be no snipers in the bushes on the 6th fairway.
Yep.
You guys are generous. You're great. Travis Manion Foundation, families behind the badge. Let's do the same for cancer. That would be great. Charlie is in Philadelphia to wrap up the 8 o'clock hour. Charlie, you go right ahead.
Yeah, if I had the power in the government to look into it, I would track down this Zelensky, or not Zelensky, but the Ukraine tie-in with this guy. I mean, the guy doesn't have money, but he can go over there at will and this and that and the other. And for some reason, it stuck in my head that Kamala Harris asked Trump 2 or 3 times the other night, who do you want to win the war, Putin or Zelensky or something like that? And he said, she said Russia or the Ukraine, I believe. But he said, neither. I just want the war to end. I just want the war to end. I think he said it 2 or 3 times.
Right.
And I'm thinking Zelensky probably scares him that if Trump gets in there, their money's going to dry up of all these billions in arms and cash and everything else. And where else to pay somebody off but all the ghost money that's disappeared over there? I mean, there's something fishy going on here that we're not seeing. You know what I mean?
Charlie, you're totally right, and I wouldn't rule anything out. Funding from Ukraine, funding from Iran. We know Trump is against the war machine. He does not want to have endless, useless wars and keep feeding the military-industrial complex, both here and abroad. So I think that's totally in play. I want to find out bank records. I want to find out encrypted devices, because usually it comes down to communication and money. And again, my guy's apparently making $3,000 a month. I don't know, pre-tax, post-tax. That doesn't go too far in 2024. And I certainly can't travel for $3,000 a month to Hawaii and Carolina.
Yeah.
Unless you're Phil Almquist, then you travel everywhere.
It's true. By the way, if you're watching on YouTube, the link to bid on the golf that goes to all the money goes to the American Cancer Society is up on the YouTube chat. It's posted or pinned up there. If you want to click on it, you can bid right now. Also, everybody watching, please hit the like button. Hit the like button on today's show, all of you people watching.
Yes.
There's a discrepancy, a big discrepancy in the people watching and the amount of likes. Also, please hit the subscribe button. Do it now. YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT.
All right, coming up next, Dawn Senslin's Big Three to kick off the 9 o'clock hour, and then we will get to the receipts. Will the Democrats, who always love to hold everybody else accountable for words, be held to the same standard of their own toxic rhetoric? We have the receipts. We will share them with you coming up next.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-727-9105. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-727-9105. 800-727-9105. 800-727-9105.
The following is a paid commercial announcement. Just 2 years ago, Bob Casey told us his vote for $1 trillion spending spree would miraculously reduce inflation. Casey promised his vote will reduce inflation. Have you been to a grocery store lately? Did Casey reduce anything except his credibility? In fact, it was Bob Casey's vote for reckless spending that caused this inflation in the first place. Prices went up, and now you're paying more for almost everything. Casey admits he failed. Prices have skyrocketed. Just listen to Casey.
You have boneless chicken going up 38% and paper products like toilet paper going up 35%.
Groceries cost more. Rent and housing costs more. Pennsylvania families are struggling. Casey promised to fix this mess. Instead, he made it worse. Bob Casey failed. We need a change to get back on track. It's time to change Washington. It's time to fire Bob Casey. Senate Leadership Fund paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. SenateLeadershipFund.org.
We don't care who you vote for in the upcoming election. You know why? Because this is not a political ad. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group meet with people every day wondering if they should be doing something different with their money because it's an election year. At Retire Ready Financial Group, we want you to know where your money is, how it's performing, and if the market does go down, how does it affect your retirement? We call it a portfolio snapshot, and we do it at no charge. Our goal is for you to have confidence as you enter retirement, confidence to spend, and confidence that you won't run out of money. Let's vote those election worries right out of your retirement. For your complimentary portfolio snapshot, call 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or go to retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
At Tri-County Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, get wholesale club pricing for everyone. Choose from the 2024 Jeep Wrangler 4xE or choose the 2024 Jeep Grand Cherokee 4xE and you can save up to $15,500 off MSRP. Tri-County CDJR is easy to find off the Limerick exit of 422. Go to TriCountyCDJR.com to see our great inventory. And don't forget, when you buy from Tri-County, you get Tri-County for life.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Do you have a property that you no longer want? Maybe you inherited the property. Maybe you're underwater in the property. Or maybe you're just a tired landlord, tired of dealing with tenants. Listen, I can buy those properties and I'll buy those properties fast. I can close in 2 weeks. I buy properties cash. My name is Larry Steinhaus. Give me a call at 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the call. You can also visit EasyOutRealEstate.com. Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus from Investor Schooling. Did you know I have a radio show every Saturday from 1 to 3? It's called The Larry Steinhaus Show, and it's sponsored by Investor Schooling. On this show, you will learn things about finances and things about money that you never knew before. But even more of a reason to listen to this show is how much fun we have. If you haven't heard the banter between me, Omri, and Dr. Deb, you haven't heard the greatest show on earth. Listen to this show this Saturday at 1 o'clock right here on WPHT, and I promise you will learn something.
You might wonder, John Legend, how do you keep your voice sounding so legendary? Honey. And how do I keep my protection against COVID-19 up to date? With a COVID shot this season, designed for recent variants.
You can get your COVID-19 shot when getting your flu shot if you're due for both, as recommended by the CDC.
The fresher, the better.
Ask your healthcare provider about getting this season's COVID-19 shot when getting your flu shot.
Sponsored by Pfizer. In business, service is everything. Cintas delivers what you need to better serve your customers. Whether it's freshly laundered work apparel for almost any job imaginable, tested and inspected fire protection systems, first aid and safety supplies, on-site AED training, or mops and restroom products, stocked and ready when you need them. Better work days happen together. So visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at Archbishop Wood High School in Warminster, Saturday, September 28th. Come early and meet like Grease. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
No one is happy to discover that the air conditioner is broken, and it always breaks on the hottest day of the summer in the middle of the night. That's why so many homeowners have Oliver's Peace of Mind membership. For as little as $13 a month, Oliver maintains your home's cooling, heating, plumbing, and electrical systems all year long. Membership also includes annual inspections, exclusive discounts on repairs and replacements, and priority emergency service. Call Oliver today or visit us online at oliverheatcool.com.
Seems everyone has an opinion on where the stock market is going, but where should you be going? Find out with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Now, your ideas don't have to wait. Dell Technologies and Intel are pushing what technology can do. Bring your ideas to life at Dell.com.
Free speech lives here with Kayal Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Lost weekend, the band was too slick, and the people were twisted. So I asked her for a date. She reluctantly agreed. Then we went to my place, and she never did leave.
904 Kayal Company for the final hour, Tuesday morning mystery movie clip. Just about 15 minutes from now, more of the cut sheet, your voicemails. Today in music history, what's on tap for the Dawn Show? Still on the way. Also want to get to these receipts as well as this snowflakeism Gen Z story in the workplace. Teased it yesterday. We ran out of time. We'll try to get to it today here before we get to the cut sheet. But before we get to all of that, let's get a little update in the world of news and maybe some of the stories we haven't hit on yet. Time for a Dawn Stensland Big 3 at 9:04.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal Company.
And we are sponsored this morning in Kayal Company Big 3, sponsored by Holland Floor Covering. So TikTok under fire and Instagram news as well. Instagram will force millions of teenagers into these protected accounts. That's one of the headlines with the new restrictions, which are also designed to push teens to adopt parental supervision throughout the app. So one of the headlines involving social media and teens, as we've talked a lot about cell phones and schools trying to deal with cell phones in the classroom. But we also have news of TikTok and what's going on with the latest as far as TikTok in court over the U.S. ban and really trying to break that down. It's a top story this morning. as the lawsuit against TikTok, that ban is set to begin. And TikTok arguing against its U.S. ban in court yesterday. So that making major headlines, international headlines. They were in federal court yesterday fighting for the survival of TikTok, really, as a January deadline looms that could put the app out of business in the United States of America.
This is the ByteDance situation, right?
Yes, sir.
The parent company of TikTok?
I'm making a prediction. It will be... TikTok might be outlawed or whatever this by January.
And that's what they're saying. Yeah. So it's a panel of 3 judges. This is the U.S. Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit, and it's looking at TikTok's plea that, here's their argument, free expression, TikTok argues, surpasses the national security concerns that the government is saying exist.
Yep.
TikTok's parent company, ByteDance, based in China, which is said to be an adversary of the United States.
You know, I try to be as consistent as I can. I hate bans, and I love free speech, and I've made it very clear how much I despise TikTok. That being said, I don't want it banned. I really don't.
Amen.
I mean, forget whether a ban works or not, which I don't think they do, because people are just more motivated to consume whatever the ban is being placed on. But it's just like, if you, again, same thing. Just like if you don't like X, get off of it.
Yep.
If you don't like TikTok, that's why I'm not on TikTok.
Yep.
The only time I come across any TikTok content is if it gets played on the cut sheet.
It's unbelievable to me. You have all these people be like, oh, China has our information. Well, you gave it to them. By signing up for the dumb app, so you could watch people dance around and act like idiots. I'm sorry, it's your fault.
Well, all of our information, forget social media. You sign up for Apple TV or what? I mean, think about how many times you've downloaded an app on your phone where they've asked for information. I mean, nowadays, my God, your phone is the device, is the gateway to them getting everything. And my wife now carries her debit cards inside of that little slot on her phone. So if she loses her phone, she loses everything. Money, ID, you name it.
At this point, you just have to say that if you're a person over a certain age, everybody has your information. Just, somebody has your information. And it's just, because we like access, we like to make things more convenient, and when you do all that stuff and you give up all this stuff, then there's consequences.
Yeah.
And that is one of them.
With convenience comes surveillance.
Yep. 100%. That's a great slogan.
I'm going to put that on a shirt.
Yeah. By the way, I'm wearing my Kayal Company Free Speech Lives Here shirt.
Nice.
Here. You can get that at our merch store.
Yeah, what else you want to promote while we're at it? Anything else on the top of your mind?
WPHT.com. Sorry, I'm in promoting mode. That's my job.
Shill mode.
We talked yesterday, we told you about the fact that different lawsuits with third-party candidates had delayed the mail-in ballots from going out yet.
Yes.
And another headline this morning is, Pennsylvania is among the states that also prohibits non-citizens from voting in state and local elections. But can they vote? Are they voting? And so local stations more and more getting these kinds of questions and saying, no, in Pennsylvania, if a non-citizen attempted to vote in a Pennsylvania election, they would be subject to severe penalties, including imprisonment and deportation. And this is the Pennsylvania Department of State speaking out about this and addressing concerns by Pennsylvanians that, in fact, non-citizens are possibly voting in the upcoming election.
Speaking of voting and also information and security on your device, my daughter again got texted last night. She got texted again from the Kamala Harris campaign about making a donation. It'd be a big long speech, all the spiel. I grew up a middle-class kid, and if you can donate $40, my daughter Olivia comes down the steps again. She goes, Daddy, Kamala texted me again.
Kamala.
She puts the L first.
Oh, Kalamala.
I was like, is there an opt-out button, honey?
Just curious, how do they, can't you or your wife, text them back and say, my daughter's 10?
Yeah. I texted, at the bottom it says, if you want to opt out, type back stop.
Yeah.
So I typed back stop and deleted it, and it's, they went on their way, but yeah.
They come back like weeds.
How did they get her?
It's a good question. I don't know. Because both of my daughters have phones, so I have no idea. But I'm just assuming that those numbers are out there, and they probably don't even know who they're texting. It's just obviously it's a mass operation.
Of course.
Yeah, so they don't know if they're 10 or 100. Although they would probably take my daughter's vote if they could get it.
10 years old having phones.
Yeah. Oh, it's well before we can't put the genie back in the bottle, brother.
So the Mount Carmel couple, they're behind bar. They're making national news. They were behind bars on Sunday afternoon. That's when they were arrested after they allegedly assaulted one of their football coaches, an assistant coach, and the wife of the league president. This during a football game that happened on Sunday. So 40-year-old Rolando Robles, his wife Iris, who's 43, they're facing charges of assault on a sports official, simple assault, institutional vandalism, disorderly conduct, harassment. Happened 1:00 in the afternoon on Sunday. That this mom and dad get upset. They get upset because they didn't like the ref's the call that a ref made.
Oh,
that's how this started.
Blame the refs. It's always the ref's fault. Okay. Coach Tim Walz would never tolerate that type of stuff.
So the ref believed that one of the plays was a fumble. The referee made the call that he believed was a fumble, but was scored a touchdown. So the parents believed, no, it was good. It was a touchdown. The ref said, no, it was a fumble. They didn't get it. And so the parents were irate, and they're allegedly jumping at the refs, spit in the face of a coach. Wow. I mean, it got crazy.
Can I tell you how much I despise parents at sporting events of their own kids? I remember years ago.
Would you like to weigh in on this?
when my dad was like a peewee coach, and he used to have to deal with all these parents, and we'd get in the car after practice each night. He's like, "Yeah, I had to deal with another do-good daddy. They thought Johnny was going to go to the NFL next week," and it's just like, and I noticed this with my wife. So my wife is complicit as well. These people, especially in these dance competitions. Oh my God, your daughter got an 8.7 out of 10. All right, that's pretty good. But it wasn't good enough. She should have had a 9.2. Oh, God.
That is crazy. So they had to get bailed out, $40,000 bail, and these are some serious felony charges. At one point, the mom is accused of punching the wife of an official in the face, punching her. That's one of the... I mean, this got really crazy and out of hand. So at this point, the parents are now banned from attending any sporting events in their community at all. And, that's a shame.
You said this is Mount Carmel.
Yeah. In Pennsylvania.
They're a pretty historic powered program.
By the way, you mentioned Pee-wee. Do you remember midget wrestling and midget football?
Oh, yes.
I don't think you're allowed to say that
No,
anymore.
because that's offensive.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That was like a whole division.
Oh, I know. Everybody thought their kid was the next Lawrence Taylor and Randall Cunningham, and then you find out that your kid's not going to the pros.
It's not the kids that ruin the game. Imagine how embarrassed...
I agree, it's the parents.
Yeah. Imagine how embarrassed the kid is.
Yes.
If their parents are like in the news.
Right.
Got arrested.
Yep.
Went to jail. Spent the weekend in jail.
And I like to give these community coaches credit because they're out there as volunteers.
Yeah.
You're coaching 12-year-olds. You're not getting paid.
By the way, the YouTube chat is on fire with speculation on what the big announcement is on Thursday. Ooh. Thursday at 8:30, in case you're just tuning in.
Liz Cheney's doing mornings.
Michael says, Ooh. I'm not going to confirm or deny anything, by the way. Michael says Greg is leaving.
No.
Jesus says the announcement is probably Trump doing another interview.
That would be
good. Michael says it's going to be the debate with Trump and Kamala, Sean and Esty.
Mm-hmm. That'd be good.
Mike Carr says the big announcement is that Dawn and Greg are eloping. Edward says Rich Zeoli will be taking over for Mark Levin.
Because poor Mark's been sick.
Jesus says Greg is now a Mormon and will have multiple wives.
That's right. That's the big announcement.
Yes.
Big love.
Yes.
Greg will officially endorse X as his favorite platform of choice.
I will.
Big love, like Elon.
So those are just some of the speculations of what we are doing, what the big announcement is on Thursday. I will not confirm or deny any of that.
All right.
Well, we'll have to figure out if we have big love, we'll need big sponsors. But our sponsor for our big three is Holland Floor Covering, the region's premier flooring dealer. Reimagine your space with new carpet, tile, or area rugs. It can also really add such character and a welcoming experience to your home. Showrooms in Wayne and Newtown. No charge samples, no obligation estimates. Learn more at hollandfloor.com.
Dawn, thank you very much. If you're not on YouTube, get on over now because we have the receipts, youtube.com/at1210WPHT. So the Trump and Vance campaign putting out a statement yesterday. Thankfully, the would-be assassin was stopped by the heroic action of law enforcement. But make no mistake, this psycho was egged on by the rhetoric and lies that have flowed from Kamala Harris, Democrats, and their fake news allies for years. So we can go through some of the receipts, and Phil's going to scroll around and show you all of these as I read. If you can't see them, you'll get them on the radio, you'll get them on the app. If you're not on the YouTube, get on over now and you can see these quotes. And we have a bunch of people. Let's start with Kamala Harris, who has repeatedly said, quote, Trump is a threat to our democracy and fundamental freedoms. Kamala Harris has also said, quote, it's on us to recognize the threat Trump poses. Kamala Harris, does one of us have to come out alive? Ha 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 ha. I believe that was one of the interviews she did on a mainstream media show where she was giggling afterwards. Joe Biden has said the following. It's, quote, time to put Trump in a bullseye. Quote, I mean this from the bottom of my heart. Trump is a threat to this nation. There is one existential threat. It's Donald Trump. Trump is a genuine threat to this nation. He's literally a threat to everything America stands for. Trump and MAGA Republicans are a threat to the very soul of this country. Trump and the MAGA Republicans represent an extremism that threatens the very foundations of our republic, and that is a threat to this country. Those are the Biden quotes. And we've got some Walz quotes as well. Tim Walz, are Republicans a threat to democracy? Yes. And they going to put people's lives in danger? Yes. Glenn Walz, a.k.a. Crazy Chicks with the Eyes. Bye-bye, Donald Trump. Nancy Pelosi, Trump is a threat to our democracy of the kind we have not seen. Liz Cheney, Trump represents a fundamental threat to the republic, and we are seeing it on a daily basis. Maxine Waters, are Trump supporters preparing a civil war against us? Maxine Waters, I want to know about all of these right-wing organizations that Trump is connected with who are training up in the hills somewhere. Yeah, they're up in the mountaintops like in Tora Bora getting ready to invade. Adam Schiff, Trump is the gravest threat to our democracy. Debbie Wasserman Schultz, Trump is an existential threat to our democracy. And you can see the rest of them, Dan Goldman and others. Most of them that I gave you are the more notable ones. Hakeem Jeffries has issued some statements. Lester Holt, speaking of fake news media, NBC Nightly News. Today's apparent assassination attempt comes amid increasingly fierce rhetoric on the campaign trail. Mr. Trump, his running mate J.D. Vance, continue to make baseless claims. So we've seen all of them. We have all the receipts of all of them. And the reality is, I don't think anything will change. Because as I said in the big take this morning, why would it? There's 49 days left. You really think they're going to change? They're going. I mean, Hillary Clinton back on the trail last night with Rachel Maddow on MSNBC. This time around they couldn't even have a verbal ceasefire for 48 hours. It's full pedal to the metal. And Dawn, I get it. You want to distract, you want to divide, you want to say the other side's the worst. I get it. I understand the way the game is played. I just feel like when you continue to go down, and not to give a pass for the first 7 or 8 years, but maybe it should have just stopped permanently after July 13th. There's many of a way in which you can go after a politician, right? You can go after their personality, you can go after their policy. You can be like Howard Stern and rip the voters that vote for him, 74 million strong, by the way. But like when you do the Hitler stuff and all of the toxic vocabulary, it's not a talk show, right? Like, on a talk show, you want to have certain words so that they pop and the audience get their attention. At some point, do you think any of these people have a moment behind closed doors? Because as I said yesterday, I really don't think that they think Trump's Hitler, but they go above and beyond in playing the game. Do you think any of these people in the last 68 days have had a moment behind closed doors where they said, maybe I shouldn't have said that. Maybe what I said did lead to somebody taking it too far? Do you think they have those moments of reflection, or are they just that diabolical?
I think that they are apathetic to Trump and Trump supporters or Republican voters, conservative voters, however you want to word it. And I think they are complicit. And here's the thing, until people, citizens or campaigns like the Trump campaign actually file lawsuits against media companies and hold them as complicit, nothing's going to change. Because that's what they understand. Right. It's all about the lawyers.
Yep. 855-839-1210. If you would like to jump in, 921, time for our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Are you visiting somebody here?
No, why?
Well, you just seem like the only normal person around the place. Pardon me. I hate to use a corny line like this, but haven't I seen you before?
You like football?
Oh, yeah, I used to watch it quite a bit.
Well, you might have seen me. I was a tight end with the Philadelphia Eagles. Number 90, Robert Muldoon.
Oh, yeah.
I had a great pair of hands.
Yes, you did.
Think you know what it is? Be caller 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
It's a shame he didn't give those hands to Saquon Barkley. That's all I know. Caller 12-855-839-1210. You can identify that clip. You'll get a pair of tickets to see Jeff Lynne's ELO Over and Outdoor. It is coming up on September 21st at the Wells Fargo Center. Tickets on sale right now, Ticketmaster.com. But if you can identify that clip, caller 12-855-839-1210. The tickets are yours. Up next, a little reprieve, a little detour from the last 48 hours. What's up with the snowflake-ism infecting Gen Z in the corporate work stratosphere? The executives of these companies, they've had enough of you. Back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is the last official week of summer. Everybody back on the roads, going from place to place, car line, back to school, back to work. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, they're going to help you find that luxury vehicle you've been eyeing. Piazza has thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles from brands such as Mercedes-Benz, Land Rover, Jaguar, Maserati, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, and more. Just visit them, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. You can stop by one of their many Pennsylvania, Delaware, or New Jersey dealers. PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Find everything you need to know about the Phils in one place at Phillies.com. From team news, highlights, and more, there's no better place to get your fill of the Phils than Phillies.com. Fun, prizes, and surprises are in store for Fan Appreciation Night on September 25th at 6:05 when the Phils host the Cubs, and we celebrate the best fans in baseball. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
Fall into incredible savings now at National Appliance Warehouse. Purchase a qualifying Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliance package and choose 3 years of additional warranty or a rebate up to $2,500. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano at Batteries Plus Bulbs in Mount Laurel and Northfield. My great friend Roy is looking for help. A handy do-it-yourselfer would be ideal. Great low-pressure part-time job. Customer service is the key. If you're willing to do what it takes to help, you need to talk to Roy. Be part of the team. They power it, they light it, they fix it. Roy says tell them all the time, we fix things, phones and all of that. Give them a call at 856-638-0778. Batteries Plus Bulbs, Mount Laurel and Northfield.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera here to tell you about the latest and greatest deal from United Tire. Right now, when you buy any 4 tires at United Tire, you'll receive a free oil change or a basic 4-wheel alignment to keep those tires wearing correctly. How's that for a great deal? Nobody beats United. The team at United Tire cares just as much about your car as you do. So why would you take your car anywhere else? Go to UnitedTire.com to find the locally owned United Tire location nearest you. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
This year's election may determine the future of Social Security.
Jim O'Neill, Huntington Valley, Pennsylvania. I have my doubts about where we're going as a country. My concerns with the election and the economy are that much of our Social Security funding may dry up in 7 years, 10 years, which is not good for the citizens who paid into that system. With the crash-proof retirement system, I can supplement or even replace Social Security and not deplete my nest egg. It's guaranteed. This year, I have earned over 14%. We do not have to pay any fees, and you cannot lose it. I am election-proof because no matter what happens in this election cycle this year, I am protected by crash-proof retirement.
Election-proof your retirement future. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Spring Mill Country Club on October 16th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Are you looking to remodel your home?
Emmons Remodeling offers complete remodeling services to turn your house into your dream home.
With quality craftsmanship and attention to every detail, Emmons designers and construction experts can handle all of your remodeling needs from kitchens to baths to basements and additions.
Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Weather can be unpredictable nowadays, but your local news station on the free Odyssey app has got you covered. Whether you need an umbrella, windbreaker, or an extra layer, or two, we'll let you know. Download the free Odyssey app and search for your local news station to listen on your smartphone or ask your smart speaker to play it before you head out the door. Download the free Odyssey app and search for your local news station. That's AUDACY.
California Psychics is the real deal. They helped me out, totally changed my attitude, totally got me psyched to start my business and to take a new path in my life.
At California Psychics, we only connect our customers with the best. We reject 98% of the psychics who apply to us, so we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. New customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
We're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that our daughters have what they need to grow and learn. But that isn't the case for nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. that struggle with hunger.
Childhood hunger is a heartbreaking reality that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste and provides it to families and children in need.
You can help kids in need in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
You're not going to want to miss this. You're not going to want to miss this. Listen to Kayal Company Thursday morning at 8:30 for a special announcement from Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Cut Sheet Part Due, your voicemails still on tap today in music history. and what's lined up at the top of the hour for the Dawn Show. It's still all on the way here on a Tuesday morning. It's Nick Dawn and Greg Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. We got Bruno tomorrow at 8:30. Big station announcement Thursday at 8:30. Our buddy Sean Farish at 8:30. A trifecta of 8:30 appointment listening. So stay tuned for all of that. Matt is in Center City. He has identified our movie clip. Matt, what clip did we play for you, sir?
Good morning. It's The World According to Garp with Robin Williams and John Lithgow. And
Yes,
my
sir.
prediction for Thursday is WPHT is switching format to all sports talk.
I think Odyssey has that market covered and cornered here in Philadelphia, so it probably would be a waste, but nice effort, Matt. Congratulations. You've got yourself
Have a
the
good day.
Jeff Lynne tickets for the ELO Tour. Yeah, I don't think we're going to need any more sports. I think the monster numbers they put up down the hall, even though they lose to us from time to time, it's probably good enough for now.
Nick.
Probably good enough for now.
Nick loves spiking the football, Dawn.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Provocateur.
A little bit.
Pretty soon he's going to sprain a hamstring.
Yeah, I'll be like A.J. Brown. We'll be out 2 to 4 weeks doing the show remotely. All right, let's find out what Stalker has lined up at 9:32. What's still hanging around, floating around on What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2.
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2. It's cut 11, Phil. So we talked a lot yesterday about what's going on in Springfield, Ohio. And we, the news reports on these bomb threats that were happening there. In elementary schools, they canceled some festival, Apparently, according to the Ohio governor, Mike DeWine, who's a Republican, by the way, he has some interesting reporting on all these 33 bomb threats that came out against Springfield, Ohio. Cut 11, Phil, and you can hear what that is. Cut 11, go.
At least 33 separate bomb threats, each one of which has been responded to, and each one of whom has been found as a hoax. So 33 threats, 33 hoax. I want to make that very, very clear. None of these had any validity at all. We know that people are very, very concerned, and we have taken some actions, and in a moment I'll let Andy Wilson go into more detail. But we've moved resources into Springfield. So I want to say to the parents in Springfield, these hoaxes, these threats have all been hoaxes. None of them have panned out. We have people, unfortunately, overseas who are taking these actions. Some of them are coming from one particular country. We think that this is, one more opportunity to mess with the United States, and they're continuing to do that.
So election interference? Is this Russia? Is this Ukraine? Is this Iran? Is this China? What country is it? And yesterday we just heard all the left-wing media saying Donald Trump is responsible for these false claims which have led to bomb threats. And now the crazies are coming out. So they're actually not real. They're hoaxes.
They're hoaxes that are coming from
foreign.
Yes. And they seem to know, Dawn, I don't know if you have any more reporting on this, but they seem to know the country of origin these are coming from, but they're not saying, which is interesting to me. So all of these bomb threats are horrible. They should never happen. But this whole thing seems to be very well orchestrated.
Boy. Greg, I don't know. You really got to be careful with saying that. Yeah, it's just, do you have any concrete proof? Do you have any evidence? Or is this, again, more media-driven, left-driven for it? Whatever it might be.
The AG of Ohio was on CNN yesterday, and he said that he was swatted a couple months ago, and the swatting actually came from, I believe he said, Romania. So there seems to be a lot of this stuff happening that we on social media seem to be blaming on American nutcases
Mhm.
when it all seems to be kind of well orchestrated coming from overseas.
Fascinating developments, sir.
I'm just saying.
Well, it's Mike DeWine. He's a Republican. How can you believe him?
Yeah.
Okay.
But police also released, the local police, after the officials were saying, oh, they haven't had a spike in crime. And the local cops, and this is a la New York City, when NYPD released those crime stats after the mayor said, oh, there's nothing to see here, and we haven't had a spike in migrant crime.
Mhm.
And the Springfield, Ohio police released the stats.
Yeah.
And the truth is, they do have a huge increase in crime.
I'm sure mainstream media is going to be all over this development, this update, after what Mike DeWine has laid out.
Well, I mean, look, they were very quick to trot him out on the Sunday morning shows, when he was speaking out against, what was happening, what J.D. Vance and Trump was saying.
Mhm.
Now with this, which I think is an interesting development, now all of a sudden it's like radio silence.
Oh, it's crickets
from those people.
Yeah, of course. No follow-ups there.
All right, one more. I just want to end on a very, we talk about TikTok and the TikTok ban.
Been a while since we've gone there.
This person is frustrated because someone called him a sir. Now, get on over to YouTube if you want to see
By the way,
this.
far worse than having a bullet zip you in the ear.
Phil, this is cut 12. Get on over to YouTube. Yes, I know I'm playing the audio. Thank you. Get on over to YouTube if you want to see this person that is very offended that somebody called him a sir. Now, has boobs. We'll say that. But if you look at the facial hair on the face, sometimes I feel like this is all a giant work too.
Yeah.
But I could be
I
wrong.
have a full mustache and beard.
You are correct. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see this or not. Cut 12. Phil, go.
So I got served today at the pharmacy, and I'm not saying men can't look like this, because please go off, kings. But
Yeah, go off, King.
I'm not doing damage to masculinity. I think y'all are when you serve me, when you call me a man, right? Like, I'm not a man. Don't consider me for the pool of men. And maybe the people who are like, oh, masculinity's in decline. Well, stop thinking I'm doing anything with it. I'm not part of that equation. Count me out.
Gotcha, man. I got you. You've been counting out for a while, apparently.
So that's a dude who is transitioned to a woman, I guess?
Yeah.
Or is it a woman?
No, I think that's a dude transitioning to a woman that got breast implants, but still sports the beauty. Great beard by that guy.
Dawn is the only female in this equation. No. Please weigh in. What? It's a dude. Is it a dude?
Got the ripped jeans on, tight jeans.
You think it's what?
But I think it's a... Wait.
The dude.
But it just messes with my brain.
No, it's a dude. You can hear the voice. Listen to the voice.
The person is saying, don't call me sir.
Yes.
So the person is born a male,
Right.
but is claiming now to be a woman.
Right. So, because he's got the beard, you see the beard. If maybe you just were looking at head height at, straight across, you saw the beard. All right. What's up, dude? Oh, I'm sorry. You've got a rat. You've got
You've got a rat.
You got
I heard what you were going to say.
Oh, so, okay.
It's not right.
They're
man.
mind effing all of us.
Oh God!
Like I'm sorry. I'm not the crazy. I'm just trying to figure out. What do they say in therapy? I'm trying to process. I'm just trying to process maybe what you haven't processed or what you're going through in the process. I'm trying to trust the process, but Joel Embiid broke my heart with the process, so I'm all processed out.
Chris Appolito. It's a shim.
My pronoun, shim.
Shim.
Oh God. Yes, a guy. I think it's a guy that has the boobs, right?
Yeah.
Are they breast implants?
I don't know. They're not very.
Yeah, they're small. They're like A's or B's.
But this person could be on, some kind of, the not puberty blockers, but the pills that would increase the hormones.
Right.
And then eat a lot of soy,
Right.
get some man boobs. Or whatever.
Yeah, but you could tell in the voice. By the way, Phil, can we freeze frame it? Do we have any? Are we able to pinpoint the Adam's apple?
Oh, jeez.
like right there. Can we just play
There's definitely an Adam
just play 2 seconds of the audio? Let me just.
So I got served today at the pharmacy.
Yeah, it's a dude.
And
yeah, it's a guy. It's a guy transitioning to a girl, not the other way around.
Sorry, I'm sorry I brought it up.
No, it's okay.
I just wanted to end on a fun note.
Here's the thing, though, that insurance companies are now paying for this individual.
Mm-hmm.
It's expensive,
Mm-hmm.
and so we all pay.
Yep.
And I'm just saying, that I don't really think that's fair.
By the way, can I just say this? Can I do a shameless plug before we break? We're 26 subscribers away from 7,000. So everybody, all I need is 26 people. If you're 26 people can go to the youtube.com/1210WPHT and hit the subscribe button. Please do that right now.
Mm-hmm.
All I need is 26.
There you go.
All right, your voicemails.
We will come back and get to your voicemails on the other side. It's Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Donald Trump's back, and he's out for control.
I would have every right to go after them.
Complete control.
I will wield that power very aggressively.
And he has a plan to get it.
Detailed plans for exactly what our movement will do.
It's called Project 2025, a 922-page blueprint to make Donald Trump the most powerful president ever. Overhauling the Department of Justice, giving Trump the unchecked power to seek vengeance, eliminating the Department of Education, and defunding K-12 schools, requiring the government to monitor women's pregnancies, and Trump has also proposed severe cuts to Medicare and Social Security. Those are Donald Trump's plans.
Well, revenge does take time, I will say that. And sometimes revenge can be justified.
He'll take control, we'll pay the price.
I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message. Paid for by Harris for President.
40 days up to 40 pounds. Say it with me. 40 days up to 40 pounds. Shed that summer vacation weight by reaching out to NJ Diet. You will lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days and without any shots. NJ Diet is all natural. They use your hair, saliva, and blood work, along with bioenergetic scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements that get your body into the fat-burning zone so you can finally lose that weight. Then, NJ Diet uses DNA info to help you keep it off. Best of all, it's contractually guaranteed. You're fully supervised the entire time to make sure you are burning fat and not just losing water. You even get the doctor's personal email and phone number. Locations in Newark, Delaware, King of Prussia, and Cherry Hill, or available worldwide with live online video consultations. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or schedule your consultation today by going to njdiet.com. That's njdiet.com. 40 days up to 40 pounds. 40 days up to 40 pounds.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-727-9105. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-727-9105. 800-727-9105. 800-727-9105.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. It's September already. Can you believe it? Kids are back in school. We're going to blink, and the holidays are going to be here. You're going to be seeing family and friends and being in a lot of pictures. So if you're feeling self-conscious about your smile, now is the time to schedule your appointment with Dr. Mike Veneria. As you know, my entire family goes to Dr. Mike. His level of care and commitment to dental excellence is unmatched. So get that dental procedure done today, and you'll be one step closer to having that beautiful smile you deserve. Taking care of your teeth is so important to your overall health, and Dr. Mike and his staff makes it so easy to have that beautiful, healthy smile. He's been named a top dentist in New Jersey for 10 consecutive years. He's my dentist. He's respected among his peers as being a master of dental implants. So reach out to Dr. Mike today. With 2 locations to serve you in Cinnaminson or Woodbury, schedule your appointment or free implant consultation today for your perfect smile. Call 856-786-2020, 856-786-2020, or visit VanariaDental.com, VANARIA, VanariaDental.com.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It's Kayal and Company, 9:47. Did you miss us? Well, we're back. Dawn Show coming up, top of the hour. We'll find out what she has on tap in about 5 minutes. Also, what occurred today in music history. But before that, my favorite feature each and every morning, your voice messages. Let's see what we have.
Nick is absolutely right. I've been saying for years that Democrats have fallen into a web of destruction. And the web is wars, economy, border. Why the noble loser Republicans keep talking about cats and dogs is beyond the pale. It's quite ridiculous, and this is why we always lose.
I think that's it. And you're right. I am right. Economy, borders, wars. If you just hammer those 3 things, you should win. You have the issues on your side. And you know what I think? We talked about this volley back and forth of, is it true? Is it not true? What's happening in Ohio? What's up with this? Is it a geese, a cat, a dog? What's on the grill? And it's like, but you know what? It's playing into the Dems' advantage, even if it's true, because it's become this stink bomb distraction.
Yeah.
Remember in the O.J. Simpson case, they were this close to getting a conviction, and Darden fell for Johnny Cochran's deflection and distraction. Stay focused, stay on point. You should win the election. If you go down the rabbit hole, it works against you, in my opinion.
I love the show, but a few things that drive me crazy.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Nick,
do
you have to do analogy for everything?
You're right.
Everything?
You're right. Bad job.
Greg.
Yes.
Seriously, bro.
Yeah.
You're not always right.
Oh, you're right.
No, Don, you're wrong. No, Nick, you're wrong. You're 100% wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. You are wrong. Tell me right now, you're wrong. That's what you do.
Thank you.
And Dawn.
Uh-oh.
What'd I do?
Dawn, as we all know, you are perfect just the way you are.
I mean, come on. This is
staged call.
This is
I'm out.
This
Love
is
you
stage.
back.
Yeah, this is a stage
Fake
call. That was Larry. That was
the boys.
Yeah, that was one of Dawn's sons.
They're in school.
I call Fugazi on that whole thing.
Swear, my hand to God.
And Dawn, you're wrong.
You know, I will take the analogy thing under advisement.
And I will take the always calling people out for being wrong under advisement. And then tomorrow I'm going to tell you both why you're wrong.
What's up, 1210 listeners? Missed out on Politics and Pints the other week? Well, you can find it live on Chris Forsyth's YouTube channel. Rock and roll? Please hire me.
I like that. A plea to be hired.
Yeah, a little job interview out on the fly.
Wait, what does he want to do?
He wants to be hired.
He wants to do video, I guess, for the station.
Chris Forsyth.
Yeah,
on YouTube.
I saw his tweet last Friday or Saturday.
Yep.
So I'm assuming he came there on his own and filmed some stuff just on his own volition?
Yeah.
Okay.
He does that a lot.
Yeah, very cool.
Good for him.
Nice work.
Whoa, she brings us news. Whoa, she knows her own nose. Whoa, she keeps Nick and Greg in line. Te quiero, mi amor. Don't stand still. Let the news take you over. Don't stand still. Te quiero, amor mío. Don't stand still.
Spy Lamos. Okay, I
She's
got
gonna brighten up your day. Don't stand still. Te quiero, amor mío. Don't stand still.
Wow.
Enrique Iglesias checking in.
I love that.
Nice
Beautiful.
work.
Wow.
Thank you.
Dawn is swooning over here.
Yeah.
That's right.
Wow, look at that.
Sweet talking.
I'm calling Fugazi on these calls. Like, they can't all be positive of Dawn. That's just not possible. Tomorrow, Dawn, all negative Dawn callers. All negative Dawn callers.
You know, I'm going to need the highest level people in the FBI and the Secret Service to track down the phone records here of these voicemails.
Absolutely.
Ronald Rowe, get on it, brother.
I want to see where they're pinging to, and if they're all pinging to where do you Chestnut Hill?
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Unbelievable.
That's all I'm saying.
Nobody better be at that house. They all better be at school and work.
All right.
Exactly. All right, good round of voicemails.
Yep.
Entertaining. We'll take whatever you have to say. It could be a serious point, a joke, a parody, you name it. We will play it. Dawn Stensland, what do we have lined up? Actually, hold on for 1 second.
Yes.
We'll do. I got the order wrong.
You did.
It is Today in Music History.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, September 17th. Now, as a bonus for the YouTubers today, you're actually going to get a few pictures from my weekend away last week because I'm in a good mood. My team won on Sunday.
All right.
Birthdays include Fee Waybill by the Tubes, who's 74, and Vin Rock by Naughty by Nature, who's now 54. Heavenly birthday shout-outs to Bill Black, Elvis's bassist from 54 to 57, as well as Hank Williams. Singles include Bad to the Bone by George Thorogood in 82, Slide by the Goo Goo Dolls in 98, the debut single by Howard Jones in the UK in 83, and No More Tears by Ozzy in 91. Albums include Use Your Illusion 1 and 2 by GNR in 91, Joe's Garage Act 1 by Frank Zappa in 79, Theory of a Dead Man's debut in 2002, and Believe by Disturbed on the same day. Also in 78, the video for Bicycle Race by Queen was filmed. In 67, The Doors got banned from The Ed Sullivan Show. In 84, Missing You by John Waite is atop the singles chart. And in 82, Pink Floyd's The Wall hits the big screen. Also, 69, the media was actually running stories that Paul McCartney was dead, even though he was vacationing in Kenya. But lastly, on this day in 31, yes, 1931, RCA Victor unveils its new invention, the LP record. For Kayal & Company, I'm Phil Lomquist.
Nice work, Philip. Nice little visual of your trip to the Bay Area. Good job, buddy. All right, Dawn Show. 6 minutes from now, we find out what she has lined up for the top of the hour.
Yeah, so we're getting some new updates on all things Trump and what went down at his international golf course, that investigation. And why, in relation to that, why is Elon Musk being investigated? We'll look into that, as well as a federal level investigation against RFK Jr. What's this about? Is it a whale of a tale? Coming up also 10:30, a longtime friend of mine, it's a little bit of a mystery, so I'll keep it at that, is going to, we'll talk to him about some great events coming up in the community. One this Sunday, but also one for Halloween. So we'll talk about what my Halloween costume, what your Halloween costume is, but it's Halloween coming up October 25th, Friday. So we'll talk all things Halloween later this month. A lot going on. We have some live news conferences, local development, live and local. We continue on covering everything that's breaking moment by moment.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. That'll do it for us here. So, by the way, Elon's being investigated, RFK's being investigated, Tulsi Gabbard's being investigated. I might have
Notice a trend?
Yeah, I might have to do a little research on that. All right, stay tuned. The Dawn Show is up next. We're back tomorrow morning at 6. And as Kamala Harris would say, if you're looking for the answers,
just look up the Google. You're in hot water, mister.
What'd I do?
I told you months ago our utility bills were getting higher because of that old outdated tank water heater.
Maybe it's time we finally switch to a Navien tank